What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream on this beautiful Wednesday night at Red Star Social here in Austin, Texas. We're already on hand number 2 right here. Going 3 ways to a flop. Couple tens out there for Paul. And the Nick game already starting from the get-go today. So Paul in a very nice spot on this flop. And Paul hitting the perfect card on the turn now. Hopefully somebody's going to put in a bet for him now that he's checked it. Does not happen. But he does get the perfect river card. AK boating up on the river now. And Paul checking it over. What a great spot for him unknowingly. The gin card on the river. And I think we're going to see stacks get in here, fellas. Is Paul going to ask for it all now with the check raise? Or does he go for less? No, he does decide he's going to request all of it from AK and a snap call, basically, with his boat. Going to see the bad news. The card that he thinks is absolutely perfect for him costs him about $1,000. Paul winning a $2,000 pot in hand number 2. What a start for the young Frenchman. So we are seeing some action from the get-go. Stacks are flying. And Paul, who, young man from Paris, wanted to play the stream. He's out here in the Austin area. I've talked with him a bunch recently, is the recipient of those lovely chips here. Let me go around the table and get you guys acquainted. We've got Garrett back for more in the 1 seat. Had a great session last week on the stream. Caleb in the 2 seat. He's back. He's been on the stream multiple times. Paul, new to the stream, like I mentioned, but getting a very warm welcome. Then we have Lateralus in the 4 seat. He's been here many times, as you viewers know. I was also informed that it's actually pronounced Lateralus. However, it doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well when I say it like that. So he confirmed with me I could continue calling him Lateralus if I feel like. 5 seat is a addition that we had late to the stream last week, I believe, is Dan is his name, I think. Make sure on the graphics that I'm right, and it is, yes. I thought I recalled this young man came in and was playing some big pots that did not go his way. He's going to be looking to turn that around tonight. And then everybody's fan favorite in the 6th seat is the mighty Professor with his visor on. And we've got BP in the 7th seat. Jerry right here in the 8, King Kong Jerry. And AK in the 9 seat. So some familiar faces, some Red Star regulars here on the stream tonight. And they also have agreed to do a $10 mandatory straddle, at least at the beginning of this game. So we'll see. That could be throughout the whole night, but the game still will remain a 1K cap. So perhaps playing slightly larger than the game normally does with the mandatory straddle in place. And Lateralus hits his Gin River. Paul with nothing. But Lateralus going for all of it regardless. Paul with just king high on the paired board perhaps could be an enticing hand to bluff catch with after we already win $1,000 and get that added to our stack in the previous hand. But Lateralus has the stones right now. I guess this is just an enticing spot for Paul right now because Lateralus has so few chips behind. And he makes the call with king high. Lateralus going to get paid with a straight flush on hand 3. So chips are flying. Lateralus getting max value out of his straight flush, shrugging his shoulders. Just another day for this kid. So plenty of action to be had tonight. We may have to start getting some alternates lined up for this stream tonight. There may be some people that go home without any dollar bills in their pocket. I've already got 22 of you watching the stream tonight and in the chat. Appreciate you guys stopping in for another edition of the stream. You got Dave B coming all the way from Puerto Rico, hanging out tonight. You love to see it. Booyah. Brittany Rivas in there, rooting for her friend Paul. Dan going to defend his straddle here with the Jack-9 offsuit. Flops his jack, but it is an all-diamond board. Check, check on the flop. Garrett not wanting to put money in on that flop with his mystery hand. But will on this turn. Dan has picked up an open-ender to go with his jack now. It is an ace-high wet board here with the diamonds and the 9 of diamonds on the river. No diamond for Dan. Garrett with the mystery hand. Perhaps we see another straight flush back to back. Garrett going to ask for the pot, betting $125 into $124 here. Garrett really staring him down and doing some studying, or Dan, studying Garrett. Decides to lay it down, and Garrett, who won hand number 1, does not have to show his hand there for the Nick game, so that one will remain a mystery. AK opening pocket jacks here, $35. I think that we're going to see around $35 will be the standard open over the $10 straddle most likely throughout the night. And Garrett, to AK's left, going to put in the 3-bet with ace-jack, $125. And Dan waking up with ace-queen in the big blind now. What does he decide to do with ace-queen here facing this 3-bet? Does he go for a 4-bet, a non-all-in 4-bet? Does he rip? Does he flat? He makes the fold. And AK going to ask for it all now from Garrett with his pocket jacks. Garrett already with the $125 out there from his 3-bet, so only having to call $750 here. Not getting a great price, and going to be well aware of that is Garrett with this ace-jack holding. If he had ace-queen like we just saw Dan throw into the muck, I think he would have probably already snapped it off. But Garrett, very astute player, very well aware. Ace-jack probably not doing so great against a shove from AK in that hand. So he is going to lay it down. AK showing his jacks. Dan wondering what could have been, seeing that he would be flipping with AK. But it's early in the game. Perhaps Dan not wanting to get super carried away and take a flip in that spot. He could be very well dominated as well. Already seeing the open and 3-bet. Do that either. I'm fine doing it myself, and then if Ron plays or whatever, and then wants to later, whatever, it's fine.
I wasn't sure. I'm not sure what had going on. I wasn't sure I was gonna get up today. I just kind of promised Killer a seat and then have one, so like you can commentate till there's a seat. And
yeah, I mean, if you
promised him
want to do that,
you promised him let him play his here.
Oh, you're supposed to be on the list, and then I had too many people, and then we promised the Paul kid too, so it was just kind of a mess as
You're
well.
oversubscribed, basically.
Huh?
You're oversubscribed.
We were like 2 days.
you see in this hand now, Dan. The bounty from the other 8 players that totaled over $1,000 for who wins the second. So those gonna go I believe. This guy is looking for suffering from these guys. They start will be played as a splash shot. So the hand after the Nick game is over will be a splash shot for the loser of the Nick game. That bounty starting at $100, I believe, and progress throughout the night, adding money each time. Is typically what they've done in the past, not necessarily what they will agree upon tonight. Maybe it will be more. Professor blue betting his pocket tens here. Yellow knit button in front of him. Garrett with king 10 offsuit, going to make the call out of position. Oh no, sorry, in position on Professor. And Garrett flops a gutter ball, going to be looking for a queen to improve his hand, or a king, also giving him a higher pair than Professor. 5 of clubs, no help for Garrett. Professor needs to start putting some chips in this pot and does rip it for 452, a little bit of an overbet. Garrett with king high lays it down. Starts his hand off suited now. Opens $35. Caleb making the call, and now it is Lateralus putting in the 3-bet. Six flop, and it's going to be check. Turn 8 does give Garrett some more opportunity. He is going to put out a bet. He's behind the king high of Lateralus, but Lateralus, sensing some weakness, makes the call. 2 of diamonds, no help for Garrett. King high remains best. $450 in this pot. And Garrett going to go ahead and rip it, put the pressure on. And we saw the king high call from Paul to Lateralus's right. Can Lateralus correctly now call with king high?
Daniel, I don't know what hand you have. I'm rooting for you. Can't even root for myself. And I'm for sure cannot call. Definitely cannot call.
That was not expected. That was expected. That was not expected.
Right. Everything was expected except for that. I'm rooting for Daniel, Paul. There are two Daniels, and I'm rooting for Daniel.
Good luck, y'all.
Are you rooting for good Daniel or bad Daniel?
I'm rooting for good Daniel. I'm rooting for Daniel that needs money for tuition.
9:59.
Oh, the classic boy toy shirt? Throwback? Let's go. That's gonna be worth like $100 in like 3 years. When the new Toy Story drops, actually it's like next year.
Is there really another one coming?
I think that's like Toy Story 6. Yeah, the professor was in on the scouting.
I don't know anything about it.
If you leave it up to me, I'm gonna say
So we are going to see an all-in and a call here. We have troubleshot our audio problem. Hopefully now
the monster.
Make royal flush.
back to normal. Apologies for
Oh, King
that issue.
Sevens?
That is better.
But let me know in the chat if things are good.
Bad boy. Bad boy, Paul.
They are going to run it 2 times now.
Not everyone.
Ace King of Clubs versus King Jack. King Jack flopping an open ender right here. Going to be looking for an ace or a 9 to make his straight. A Jack, no help, giving Dan Broadway now. Ace only, and it comes an ace. Oh my goodness. So chopping up the first board. An absurd run out right there. Ace right in the window on the second board.
Oh, he said it. He just said it. Okay.
And Dan going to scoop the second board, locking it up with the 9 on the turn there. So Dan going to get 3/4 of this pot. Selena going to count the chips out and take half of the chips from Lateralus
Yeah, that was about as equal of a run out to equity.
is what Selena is doing right now. Selena actually building the pot, doing it perhaps the long way, but doing it correctly nonetheless.
Actually, can I do a token hold? Yeah. Yeah, you can call it that. Hydrate. Hydrate. All you have to do is stay. Go on.
That's true. That's all
Very
right.
easy, Paul. In France,
I was
the
thinking about what I
garçon-
wanted, and that's why it's like,
in France, the garçon would
But
say no.
a big one going Dan's way.
No.
why are you annoying me?
I'm not saying it right. I'll pay you not to give him one.
That's what I was thinking. These players are getting drinks that make it better. He's making coffee. He's hydrating with tokens.
So Lateralus
I need a drink to give me an edge.
in for 400 at the start and
Oh shit. Okay.
now about even. Here we see some cumulative winnings. Dan, biggest winner so far, up just over 500. Garrett up over 400, and Paul up over 400 to start the night. Very early on, we've only been going for about 20 minutes or so.
Ben and Jerry and Caleb.
I'm two.
We're opening
You want
a
to
new
get
store.
you want to get into our
Yes.
ice cream? Yeah, right.
Outside.
Knit game number 1 still in progress. We have 3 buttons, I believe. One for Caleb here in the straddle. BP has one in the cutoff at the other end of the table, and Jerry on the button has one as well. So we want to see some big pots get played where those players specifically fighting to get rid of those yellow knit buttons, hopefully. You do not want to be the last remaining player with a knit button and have to pay the tax. BP finding himself a very good candidate here to 3-bet. Makes it $110. Jerry going to make the call on the button with his pair. Pair of deuces, but Caleb, waking up with King Jack in the straddle, decides not to play it against 2 of his knit opponents at the moment. Dan, ace-5 suited, the new aces. Going to call and see a flop 3 ways. I don't mind calling here, and Dan's spot is
Did you touch Caleb?
annoying that we have to play out of position, however.
Oh, here we go.
And
America,
He
dude.
did it to me the other day.
Dan and BP both flopping an ace. BP with the better kicker as well as the only club in this pot. And he's going to be putting in a bet. I'd like to see him go just under half pot, something like 150 perhaps. But going to be asking for more, and this will likely get the job done. 310 goes pretty big here. Not quite full pot, but just about. Dan now with a decision with just a 5 kicker on the all club monotone board here. It does look like he's counting out calling chips right now and makes the call. BP with just 566 behind in his stack now. And this pot has bloated to almost $1,000 already. Dan checks it over on the 6 of spades turn, and BP rips it for $566. Dan now in a pretty tough spot with just a 5 kicker. The 6 of spades, actually a very good turn card for him. And I think if we call that flop, we can never fold now. But Dan will be looking for some chop outs
Well, at least you can read all low cards for 10.
going to this river. If he can find the case ace, one of the 2 remaining 6s, or a king, queen, or jack that is a non-club,
Doing the odds show. Happy the
he
headline
will
ended
chop this pot.
odds comedy night. With my impressions of
However, no avenue for Dan to win it.
That would work terribly.
I can say
You said it was what, 550?
Don't go to the odds bar.
Yeah, Dan perhaps thinking the 6 is a bad card for him. He was just crushed, though, prior to that card. The 6 actually giving him some life here and ways of chops. He was only looking for 3 outs in the 5s, and one of those he could not hit because it would have been a club. So
Brother from another.
theoretically there had just 2 outs.
I mean, I know him.
you
Like,
should know.
who? I know.
Yoba, the most famous French player in American history.
Poker player? Very
That's what I'm saying.
true and accurate. Yes.
And Dan does make the call here, so looking for some help to chop this pot. Yeah, he sees the bad news, finds out he is well behind.
Queen ace.
And we have another $2,000 pot
Hey guys.
underway. One river,
Oh my!
and it comes a jack. Dan does get saved.
Guy, dude.
Miracle river for
I don't trust
the
him.
ace-5 of hearts.
And no one, and his mind is focused.
Are you an alien?
Well,
You have to tell me if you're an alien.
They're the
Coleman is Jack too.
having the 10
It's
though,
entrapment
can't
if
be
you're
reduced to a drop card.
Completely well, I mean,
He just
I
wants
didn't
to
think
be
he
Jack.
should be betting.
Not a king, not a queen.
Yeah, no, he,
That's
he,
close.
he like a jack specifically.
I don't know the
No
cards
more,
I
no
ever
less.
ID, but
Look at DC, he's a straightforward guy. You think he's gonna fuck around? Nice guy.
Happy to donate to the nice guy.
It would not have been as good if it was a king, but the fact that you said jack and a king
And it was
jack.
a jack, and it wasn't even a jack.
yeah,
of
we
clubs.
would have been disappointed.
What's the odds of that?
I think it's 0%.
No, we don't lose. We don't lose.
I
on
just
that.
saw 0% win.
Am I calculating that right? 0 over a
Unfortunately.
million?
Whatever.
Oh, good defense. That's
welcome.
such a
So a very welcome jack in that pot for Dan in the 5 seat to retain his profit
Jack.
on the session so far.
No problem, Daniel. I got you. Just like that lion's den.
We are coming at you live on location here
Daniel, right?
from Red Star Social in Austin, Texas.
But you know it's
My name is Cameron Mixon. I am the head commentator here.
I don't know. I think this guy's
I'm with you every week on Wednesday evenings at about 7 p.m. Central Time. Occasionally, I have some characters with me in the booth helping me out calling the game. Tonight, I am solo for the moment.
Between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. You got 85% chance.
Jerry reaching for some chips with the 7-deuce holding, 7-deuce game in effect, looking to pick up some bounties from his table mates. However, Professor, with a holding as strong as Ace-King, not going to be going anywhere, perhaps going to be putting in a 4-bet here, I would imagine. Just $695 in his stack, it says on our graphic right now. And going to put in the 4-bet, non all in, $375. Jerry now just 7 high. Lays it down. So, gotta respect trying to go for it with 7-deuce. That time, running into it, which occasionally happens. The 7-deuce game can be very dangerous.
Yeah, otherwise.
Have you ever heard of mimes? They can't stop pretending traps. Otherwise, they'll kill off socially.
Pitching.
Imagine the first person that was a mime, like trying to explain.
It is quite funny though. I've played many games
That could be a good. I don't know. That could be a good
where we will play the 7-deuce game, and
first mime.
for hours you will not see that hand get dealt at all. Here tonight, through perhaps a dozen hands, I think we've already seen it 3 times.
Garrett, can you name a single mime?
I
can name one. Name the top
You
three,
can?
yeah.
Mr. Bobo?
Marcel. It's the only mime anyone knows.
He has to like
He's French. He knows them all.
Are we
Yeah.
waiting for some time?
Yeah, ain't there? We all, yeah.
I'm not just tanking.
No, he's thinking.
Daniel has a very
$10,
complicated
bro.
decision.
Yeah, so what you don't see is on the outer table, there's a short
Taking a
stack
moment
thinking for his all in.
Yeah. So
right now for
I don't think he knows.
the production team in the back. I believe this was when we were having some audio issues that we were trying to get worked out, so excuse us for this delay here. However, we did get it fixed pretty quickly, so good job on those guys. A lot of the job that we have to do is troubleshooting things and making sure
Not for his time.
you guys get the best viewing experience possible.
Yeah, because we were talking about
So we really do appreciate
want to give you one. Like,
the great crew here putting in the hard work to make that possible for you. See some pretty good hands going to this flop. 7-3 for Paul and 6-5 to his direct left. And we are going to see a 6 on the flop, a min bet of $3, followed by a call. So bottom pair of 6 is still good.
Okay, that's allowed.
Paul asking for just $10 now.
that's what happened last time.
Not trying to bloat this pot. Looking for a 7 or an 8 on the river. And it comes an 8. He gets there. Paul, kid, is on fire. Asking for just $10. Can he win another small pot? Or perhaps will this $10 bet entice Lateralus to make a move? And it does. Reaching for chips is Lateralus, putting out a raise to 110 or 115. Paul with the snap call.
The trap.
You didn't want the rest?
You can't get the rest.
Very nicely done by Paul.
Daniel, I think Daniel is a smart man. Most of the time. Like 95% of the time, you're a very smart man.
Sometimes.
As another one goes his way.
Sometimes when he's playing hands against me. Now he's got an advantage in the next Nick game. He doesn't top up for like 2 hours. I like that.
You can raise me.
Oh, I guess we just play him right after.
26 wonderful people watching us tonight in the chat, hanging out.
I bottom pair.
Thank each and every one of you.
Daniel can get aces and fold them.
Give yourself a pat on the back for making
I think it was smoke. He missed aces.
a smart
I
decision
missed the trash hand, and it was awesome.
in watching the Red Star Social stream.
You have to.
Really good.
Oh, yeah, no.
Might have been my best play of the night.
Jerry with ace queen still has a yellow knit button opening to $35. Back to Caleb on the button and has a yellow knit button in front of himself as well. Gonna make the call with queen 10 offsuit.
Oh, what's his favorite wine?
Mate. It's an Argentinian
Getting
wine.
to play this hand in position
From North Argentina.
on later streets, but
No, I know.
So they use
Don't-
French.
dominated so heavily by Jerry.
I don't know.
I mean, of course, every wine problem.
And a queen in the window, king high flop.
Yeah, very, very good.
Caleb with the open ender, but Jerry
Mate.
an ace in his hand, a draw to Broadway as well.
You're gonna
His hand remains best. Going to put in a C bet here for $35.
You already know when you're coming back?
Caleb making the call. Going to see a turn now. Caleb looking for an ace or a 9. Does not come.
The solvers only put out so many hands a day. I only get so many hands in.
Yeah.
I'm using my computer, Daniel's computer. We're going down to the library.
That's exactly what I thought you were doing.
Like to see Jerry ask for almost the pot here. Does go over 100. He goes 110, about 2/3 pot.
I like that you went for it twice. Like, immediately one right after the other in hands against him.
Well, I was like,
Huge overbet. Did you have 2 pairs?
And it's a sizing such that Caleb will likely be enticed to make the call, which he does.
The professor's like, no, there's $30.
We'll see a river. Caleb's still looking for an ace or a 9. And Jerry will remain best here. Caleb will be facing a bet, likely. Jerry with just $482 behind in his stack.
Lady tricky.
It's probably call it 2 pairs. Most 2 pairs. Like, maybe not the bottom one.
Does count out some chips, but decides on checking and taking his showdown value.
That's why I didn't re-rank.
Caleb doing the same as well with his queen, but losing to the ace of hearts kicker from Jerry. So nicely done by Jerry, getting rid of his knit button. And then there were 2, just Caleb and BP now,
Other time is not.
we were deep enough.
holding on to those yellow knit buttons. Both want to get rid of them, though. They do not want to be the loser of the first knit game on the stream for the night. The only positive thing about that is it is progressive and gets more expensive as the night goes on. So, if you lose this one, you're paying the least amount that you will pay throughout the rest of the night if you were to lose.
You feel those snails, Paul.
What is it? Does not like them. Or
Snails.
frogs.
I don't eat snakes.
Or frogs.
And Caleb waking up with ace king, a very welcome sight after that last hand.
Frog legs.
Caleb ripping it, no funny business here, just 500 back.
Frogs are good.
Yeah, they actually taste good. I like them.
Hot spreads to our social audience. Frogs are foods. Do you think frogs are foods? You have had at least once.
Probably one.
Okay.
I don't
Not
think
in
it's
that.
overrated.
Oh.
We see a call for less
At least 5,000.
out of Lateralus, waiting for the graphics to catch up here. Action all the way to BP now. He sees the all-in and a call for less. So Caleb's stacked the effective stack here for BP in making his decision.
Your hat almost matches the knit button.
The knit button, perhaps a deciding factor.
Any other person at this table.
The fact that Caleb's still holding on to his and BP holding on to his. This could be the end of the first knit game of the night. Perhaps a time that we will make a looser call than we normally would. BP, ace deuce of spades. Not going to get involved. Caleb way out in front of the queen jack offsuit for the 4-seat.
Super alive.
We didn't say super.
Going to be looking for some help in way of a queen or a jack.
I like it when the Nick game continues. It's pretty fun. Oh my god, the backdoor toss.
10-10-5 flop.
Does that
Not what Lateralus was looking for. Going to need
go pair with
a queen or a jack still on this river.
Okay, that card
And
was
it does not come, so Caleb taking down that pot. Not quite a full double up as Lateralus had.
No.
Only a couple of $100 remaining. But Caleb not losing the knit game.
So let production know, let production know he added 100. If he took that.
Alright, so 6-7 edits 100.
And we'll pay that $120 tax, 20 of it going to Selena.
400. 400. 435. 400.
Get it back. I'm gonna get it back.
It's 100.
And there we see in the pot already that $100 splash pot
Yeah, I put 20 out in
that the players are going to be fighting over here. The winner must show their hand to take down the splash pot as well. So showing in the knit game as well as showing in the hand after the knit game in this splash pot.
Splash pot now.
Now it's just like
You don't have to show your hand, but I keep going. I'm gonna be so mad.
7 is straddle 10.
Basically begging me not to show my
Splash
hand.
put is 100.
I took care of it.
120, 20 goes to
I got it.
Yeah,
Couple
yeah.
grand over
Makes
there.
sense.
Yeah, just to
Yeah, makes sense.
make sure it's
Couple of $10 limps trying to get in there and play in this pot with the added money. Dan waking up with the same holding as Caleb, but a suited variety, diamonds in his hand. Bumping it up to $80 now. Very nice spot to put that squeeze on.
I'm gonna get it back.
a very suave jacket, by the way.
Caleb not folding though, and Paul now with the suited
Oh, what? You're wearing that occasionally.
6-9,
Pretty good.
That's a nice
getting quite the price to make the call, but perhaps
It's my bad.
has other intentions, but he does just make the call. We will go 4 ways. $323 in the middle already. A queen jack 7 flop. Nobody really connecting here. Backdoor diamonds for Dan. Backdoor spades for Paul. BP with just ace high. The first person to stab at this pot may wind up taking it down, and it's Caleb with the worst hand that's going to put the bet in, $125. Dan with just 5 high now after the fold from Paul.
Raise 450.
Raise 450.
Making a play, raising it to $450. Dan not scared at all. A snap fold from Caleb, and does have to show the table that he's
Now only go for value for the rest of the night.
playing with some ferocity tonight.
Change of gears after that one.
A fearless
No.
bluff from Tuition Dan. And if you wondered
You missed that.
how he was paying his tuition, it's exactly like that.
Big one, 9.5.
Cool, Daniel. All right. Oh, right.
Showing the table,
Daniel versus Hero Daniel.
he will not be kicked around
That for Villain Daniel. Who's in the
tonight.
for Hero Daniel? I'm rooting for Hero Daniel. Villain Daniel's been beating this game, so thank you, dude. I really mean it. We're gonna root for more good. A lot of things are really in place.
So that was the first Nick game of the night done.
Yeah, bomb pots right there.
When it gets
We are
You didn't get your phone?
at hand 16 now.
Maybe we can.
So we have seen some pretty big pots already, a couple of $2,000 pots, but expect to see that number slowly rising over the course of the next couple of hours that we are streaming tonight. Garrett dominating here with pocket kings, making the open, getting 2 callers. And BP flopping top pair, not good at the moment. Garrett with the overpair. Garrett with the king of hearts as well in his hand. And put out a bet. Continue telling his story that he has a good hand, which he does. BP not going to be folding this here. And it looks like he's carving out raising chips. He does raise $225, I believe. Garrett praying.
Also, I think you'd rather.
BP has a hand exactly like he does. BP with $225 out there already, and Garrett just $719 behind. Making the call, opting to let his opponent keep bluffing into him. But BP hits his miracle card on the turn. It is bad news for Garrett. BP rips it. Garrett going to be snapping off, basically, I assume. Does not, though. Taking his time. But Garrett will not be folding this one. Does have outs to the queen as well. Garrett, any king, any 10, any 4, and any queen. That is what remains for him to win this pot. You can see up top on your screens. 12 outs would be the count, but the king of diamonds and the 10 of clubs are both already spoken for. But not a spot Garrett will be folding. BP in great shape to essentially get a double up here. After hitting his miracle 9. And 9s have always been my favorite number in the deck. Pocket 9s seem to do me so well, flop so many sets. Just so happens that was my number playing hockey growing up. 3 of clubs on the river. No help for Garrett. BP taking down an almost $2,000 pot. So a nice one for the man with the hair in the 7th seat. Do you think he uses mane and tail? I'm curious in chat what you guys think his hair routine is like. See a nice shot here of our studio that the guys are playing in. And a full table tonight with people on the list if someone were to bust and a seat become open. So plenty of action. We're getting a bit more traction week after week. People wanting to play the stream, reaching out, saying they want a spot, and doing our best to accommodate each and every one of you guys or girls that are interested. Jerry putting in a 3-bet here out of the big blind. Queen Jack offsuit, opting to squeeze this hand, and it might be big enough to just work. Dan with Queen 10 off. Professor with the only real holding does make the call on the button. Going heads up to a flop. Jack 10-8, 2 spades. So both players connecting here. Jerry in the lead for the moment. Professor with the ace of spades, though. Jerry putting out a bet of $200, it looks like, 2/3 pot. And Professor not going anywhere, so both players with about 500, just a little over 500 remaining in their stacks, and 700 in the middle of the pot. Now, this 7 of spades, interesting card. Professor now with the nut flush draw. Jerry with the jack of spades in his hand, however, could connect with the 9 of spades to hit a straight flush, but remains in the lead. Checks it over to Professor, who rips it now, and Jerry not going to be folding top pair with the straight flush draw, I don't think. Just over $500 is Professor's all-in amount, and it will be for Jerry's remaining stack. Jerry taking his time with this one. Huge favorite, like I mentioned prior, but not the most comfortable spot either. However, getting the price that he is, I would be surprised to see him lay it down. I think he's leaning toward folding here, though, based on his demeanor, grabbing the cards, just the actions that I'm seeing here. If he calls, we see another almost $1,800 pot. Jerry laying it down. I'm a bit surprised to see that. Professor getting it done with the worst hand. Plenty of outs for Professor, but looks like they did run out the turn river to see what, or the river to see what it was. I couldn't tell from this angle. I think it may have been an ace, though. Like an ace of diamonds, perhaps a deuce of diamonds. I couldn't tell with
We
the
made you. We all forced you.
made you do it. Yeah, basically.
Blame it on us.
lighting.
It's not on you.
Program's gonna read it.
Oh.
So show it to not in the box.
I see.
As I was saying out loud, but it's okay.
So Tuition Dan in the 5 seed. I'm seeing a lot of traction for him. A bunch of friends or family in the chat rooting for the Leebs.
We still not into 5 character, man. Making sure. See you
Dan, the biggest winner so far tonight.
Long time not standing in the game.
I know.
I know the
Yeah.
headphone just didn't put it on.
So those of you who are Dan fans
Don't need to run south, looking straight. See character.
should be very happy. If you haven't yet and you are in the chat watching, rooting on a friend or a family member, pop in and let me know who you're rooting for. Show some support for your friends here. A lot more poker to be played tonight. Garrett making the call here. Queen 10 of hearts. Jerry with a suited connector. 6-5 of clubs. Lateralus, ace-jack offsuit, dominating both players, but Garrett flopping a queen in the window, and Jerry seeing the 7-4 right behind it, flopping an open-ended straight draw, and has backdoor clubs to boot with the 7 of clubs. It will be Lateralus putting in a $40 bet on this flop. Jerry going nowhere. He's going to raise it. Now Garrett with top pair. Just a 10 kicker. $150 for Garrett now to call. He has the best hand if he can suss this one out. It is not the most comfortable spot, however, with a 10 kicker and Lateralus behind him. Garrett does make the call, leaving himself a little over 300 behind. And we see the 4-seat get out of the way there. Now just Jerry and Garrett. Jerry going to be looking for an 8 or a 3. And it's the Queen of Clubs. Pretty interesting card now. Jerry picking up the club draw as well. Garrett picking up trip queens. And we're going to see an all-in from Jerry with plenty of outs. Garrett making the quick call, however, and dominating Jerry's draw here.
320.
So how many times? 2 times. You're gonna run it 2 times.
Jerry with 13 outs as we see above, but a lot of them have been spoken for. Ace of spades on the river. Looks like they are running it twice. So the first board going Garrett's way in this $1,100 pot. Garrett looking to fade. And how about quads on the second run out? Pretty good result. Jerry going to be reaching in the pocket for more chips.
What do you mean?
Got my good buddy Dave B in the chat saying that he's rooting for Selena. Selena, one of the great dealers from around the Austin area,
I was gonna raise you.
has been dealing cards,
I was probably.
I know, to me for at least 6 years, 7 years probably in the area.
Yeah, I could do that.
And we are going to have a bomb pot, I believe now. Try out a bomb pot double board PLO. This becomes a lot of work for the production team in the back, so want to give thanks to those guys putting in the work. It is fun. It just becomes tough to switch from the graphics from going with no limit hold'em, as we've done so far tonight, switching the game type, moving it to PLO, making it a double board bomb pot, and then getting and reading all of the cards
That will be reason reroll.
as we see
Yes.
36 cards populate simultaneously. We're going to see 2 flops here, 4 cards in each player's hand, and 2 boards that they will be betting on. $90 already in the middle in the $10 bomb pot. So bottom board here going to be the Ace 5-8. And the top board 7-6-2. I am not seeing any aces in anybody's hand. Jerry, a mystery hand, and then one player graphic behind Jerry. It's BP here that is going to put in a bet of the size of the pot, $90. Jack 9, 7-5, his holding. 2 rainbow boards. So really, BP just using the power of position here to put in a bet and put the pressure on. Lateralus folding queens there. Jerry did make the call on the button with a mystery hand. And it's a 7 of diamonds going to the bottom. BP now with 2 pair. And the 2 of spades on the top. And BP, who bet the pot on the flop, does he want to continue putting pressure on? No, he decides to just check. And Jerry wants to play for a bit more. $200 is the amount. So kind of interesting turns here. BP picking up 2 pair on the ace high board. The 7 does bring in the diamond draw. BP with just top pair of 7s on the other board, board pairing the deuce. I would say with a holding like BP, we can just get away, and he does get away. Unsure what Jerry is hiding over there. But we are absolutely crushed by a lot of hands when we are in BP's shoes there. So pretty smart laydown, not really enough to fight for.
Oh, it goes increasing.
Yeah, he took it up $20 each time.
No.
Yeah, 200 is the best one.
If we get there.
And then it's double support.
Go up.
It's actually doubled if you turn straight.
If you're not American.
Yeah, if you're a non-US. He's not here.
Trying to figure out if you
Garrett. But it's double if you're not a U.S. citizen.
Cumulative winnings here. Dan, the biggest winner.
Well, eyes on you.
So the Dan fans in the chat
Okay, he's definitely got one. But I feel like you're
should be very happy right now. BP right behind him, though.
to make it reasonable for me to stay.
What is this?
Lateralis pocket 7s, and a new Nick game has gotten underway. Just making the call with the 7s. We saw a Queen Jack get out of the way already, but BP with another Queen Jack, bumping it up to $45. And Caleb with just king high now in the straddle, and Nick game on. King 8 And Paul to his left has the same holding, but it is suited with hearts. Making the call here. And we're going to go all in with the pocket sevens now. And I am not surprised at all to see Lateralus taking this line. It does look pretty strong to the other players at the table. BP gets out of the way with Queen Jack, which actually was performing the best against the pocket sevens of Lateralis. Caleb and Paul with the same two cards, so blocking each other. Caleb making the call here with King 8 off. He is gambling, and he's going to be elated to see that he's flipping with Lateralis' sevens.
Hey man, that's not good.
So a pretty good situation for Caleb.
King 8 of all.
We can do whatever you want. I always prefer one, so we can do whatever.
Alright, once is fine.
Alright, we're gonna do one time.
I got 4 left. Oh, that's gonna be hard to beat.
Still do it straight.
But not impossible!
5-8. Do it. 5-8. Start with a 5. Start with a 5.
Top set for Lateralis, and Caleb looking for just 1-5 remaining. Does not come, and they only ran it one time. Lateralis
Jamming, right? Like, if I limp, I'm limping to jam, obviously.
doubling up in that pot.
I freaking that for anything that doesn't know I do.
Lateralis in for 2 buy-ins so far. Not quite to even just yet, I don't believe. But we have seen this man build some pretty big stacks in these games. Great shot there from our production team showing the Red Star chips. If you are tuning in, never been with us before and watched our stream, some important information that you might want are about the chip values. Those blue chips you see out there in front of Caleb with the yellow beanie there, those are worth $1, so players use those to put their blinds out, tip the dealer. The red chips worth $5, green chips worth $25, and the black chips are worth $100. And occasionally, depending on how the action goes tonight, you may see a lavender chip, a purple chip, worth $500 that will come into play. But pretty standard colors for the chips here at Red Star as far as casino colors go. Lateralis waking up with another pair. Pocket kings this time, the second best hand created. Flopping top set, and Jerry flopping a 9 with backdoor clubs. Paul, ace 3, bottom pair, but the best kicker. Paul checks, Lateralis putting in a third pot size bet, going for $30 here. I like that. It's pretty standard size and very normal with a hand like he has, and most of our range, to be frank. But that sizing allows for a lot more chips to get in the pot there. We see both Jerry and Paul making the call. Jack of diamonds on the turn, no help for either Paul or Jerry. But Jerry perhaps thinking that he has the best hand when it gets checked to him now. And he's going to take advantage of that situation. Being in position, putting in chips, making it at $110. Lateralis, a decision to make. Does he want to go for it all here, or does he want to just call and let his opponent potentially keep bluffing? A pretty nice board to just make the call, I think. And Lateralis making the call, just $481 remaining in his stack. And Jerry hits his gin card. Lateralis getting rewarded here. Jerry thinking he just hit the jackpot, hitting his 2 pair here. And if Lateralus puts out a bet, Jerry will likely have to make the call. And if Lateralus just decides to check, Jerry would likely have to bet. However, Jerry going to be making a decision for all of Lateralus's chips, and there's the call. We're going to see a over $1,200 pot, $1,300 pot here. Lateralus with top set of kings. Jerry getting an unfortunate river there by way of the 6. Lateralus, $481 behind, it looks like, and there we see the numbers as the graphics catch up. $1,400 pot going in the direction of the 4-seat.
Back to even. Now I just need to double up with the professor, and we'll be having a good night.
Can we chop up the
I like the chances.
Actually, me and Professor will probably be chopping up. We'll probably flop this in straight. I'll have like a staff.
You know, like last week when they were like, we just need to play a $10,000 pot or whatever.
Yeah.
In my mind, I was like, the only way this happens is that you get kings.
Here we
Gary
see
gets
some
ace,
V
five,
pips.
seven, deuce, and you
These
bust
guys
it.
playing lots of hands. AK down at the bottom, 19%. Not much to work with so far. Lateralus and Jerry, 47% each. And most everybody else in the mid-30s.
They wave white flag like that. They're scared and they're scary.
Professor, a little quiet so far this evening compared to nights in the past. However,
Oh,
I suspect a lot of action from him
Saint-Denis French.
is to come.
What? There's no rebate?
Professor does like to play pots, as do all of these gentlemen at the table.
Benoit is great, and then also there is the heavyweight. Yeah, Benoit just had a really good fight.
Yeah.
KO'd.
What do you do for a living, Akash?
One, raise, 125. 500.
Cyril gone. Cyril gone. He's French, right? National instruments.
Okay. I don't know anything about that.
Yes.
Some tech company here. Awesome.
Jerry, pocket eights, had opened this hand, but Garrett waking up with the 7 deuce. Garrett putting in the 3-bet. Jerry not backing down pocket eights. Our best. Garrett laying it down, showing the table
Did someone just roll over?
that he got into an unfortunate spot there.
Oh, you didn't win.
Jerry getting rid of his knit button, picking up some
Price for it.
free money there.
That's 7 deuces play.
All right, so we won't have a two-time penalty in it.
That's a 2-time penalty, no?
I thought you lost the first one. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about.
What's
He wasn't even second to last.
I thought he lost the first Nick game, so I said we're not gonna. It's not gonna be the same person 2 times. a day,
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't know what
It
I'm talking
still
about.
could be.
Just ignore me.
Could be. Is there a penalty for losing 2 in a row?
No.
I hope not. I think it's penalty enough.
That would be brutal,
man.
man. That would be
the
no, like,
regular.
and
I
guess
feel
what?
like
You
it would be
also
funny
owe
if
an
you-
extra.
If you did have a rule that like if you lose 2 in a row, you gotta do like 5 push-ups or something.
Something like
I
that.
can't do that.
You just
Best
stand up.
attempt. Best attempt. The entertainment is the attempt. I am not gonna attempt push-ups on stream.
Not again.
Push-up?
I'm not gonna do it.
Are we gonna have a push-up contest?
No. Vetoing that one.
Push-up contest.
Only if you lose the Nick game.
On my shoulder.
If my choice is between 140
You
and
wanna play
push-ups, I'll do the
push-up
push-ups.
props, the guys you want.
You gotta do
are Nicky and
140
Jeremy.
push-ups though.
Well,
Yeah, no, you still
How
have
many?
140
thought about.
I see a heads-up pot here between BP and AK. BP with the pair of sixes.
Not impossible,
Nick games or something. It's like
but it's very difficult.
now.
8-7-2 flop. Two spades.
I still.
Not the worst flop for the pocket sixes.
People could, but like some people have never done it before.
Queen 10
Right?
of hearts going to continue.
I literally have never done it. I'm sure I would look like a fool, but that would be kind of the funny.
Okay, you just shoot slow.
And everyone would be like, hurry the fuck up, loser. That one dealer last week, brutal.
Oh yeah, you can't do worse than center back.
What's that?
Can't do worse than center back.
Oh my.
My wife told me if I folded
God.
this hand tonight that she was going to divorce me.
Oh, I thought it was 7.
So I folded
Pocket
it last
sixes
week,
putting
and
in the raise there
there was like a
and taking it
$4,000
down.
pot, and it loaded up.
Nicely done by BP.
That'll happen.
I don't have any women.
As far as I'm aware, not related to the oil company, but
Just men.
we will have to get information on that and check back in later for those of you in the chat wondering.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
Not at all.
I haven't met the man of my dreams yet.
He's out there.
He
He
might,
might
out
be here. He might be in this room.
Could be the professor.
Maybe you've met him and you just don't know yet.
It's true. It's true.
You guys can yell at each other about your poker games.
Yeah, we'll just strat talk endlessly.
I'm more of a field player. Do I feel like a little?
I feel about
Paul on the button, ace-8 offsuit,
See? It's a field game.
carving out some raising chips, making it $45 with the ever-powerful dealer button in front of him.
English only, fellas.
Lateralus, queen 9 of clubs, opts to make the call. Queen 9 suited a hand that
I farted. Charge pété.
I find often
We should not have said
gets
that.
us into trouble, so we will see Lateralus navigate this hand.
But nevertheless.
Many people talk today.
Professor
like,
making the call as well from the straddle. And Garrett now priced in 10-5 suited to spades. King, Queen, 9. So this is how Lateralis does it, is he navigates the hand by flopping 2 pair. It's actually a pretty smart strategy if you think about it. I wish I was able to enact that strategy myself more often.
You're saying I believe you farted?
A 10 of diamonds on the turn. Now we have Garrett with a pair of 10s, Paul with the ace of diamonds and position on the table. Action is checked over to Garrett. Garrett putting in a bet now after pairing up with the 10. Pretty small though, just $40. Very enticing for all of the players remaining in the hand to make the call, except for perhaps Professor, who likely knows he's drawing dead, especially in a 4-handed pot. Five of clubs on the turn, so Paul does not get there. Garrett hitting 2 pair on this river, but a very wet board here. Perhaps going to opt to take his showdown, and he does. Paul with just an ace high holding now. 2 opponents, does not want to put in a bet. Lateralis with the best hand, slow rolling Garrett here. And it's going to be a $300 pot going that man's way.
Not yet. It's really hard to make a living.
Yeah. You said you're on tour. That's the only reason I even got
Yeah, I mean, you have to do it. Like it's
Cumulative
like
winnings, Dan's still at the top of the board. Lateralis making a comeback right behind him, though.
What's that?
One liner. Paul called over one diamond. He's not gonna beat him.
Financing accounting.
And that gives you some flexibility.
It does, and I work entirely remotely, so I can work while I'm on the road.
Y'all just go trap me a decent amount. I rivered some shows already. I didn't know that Mike can do something. Not
Sorry.
What
Wasn't
instruments do you play?
expecting.
It's very tight over here.
What instruments do you play? What instruments do you play?
Bass and synth.
75?
Jerry bumping it up, $35 with pocket threes, and it is on Paul, the Frenchman.
Not a very judgmental.
Ace-7 of diamonds, making the call in the cutoff.
Like,
I'm folding queen nine.
Victor Wooten type bass? Flat bass?
Like
So the nit tax this time around, I believe, goes up $20 or $25 every
he's like level 1 million.
round.
Like maybe like level 30 or something.
And it's BP with the same pair as Jerry, so
Yeah. Well, that's what we are. We're
two pairs for these gentlemen of the same
I'm a circle.
size. Paul not connecting here. Jack 6 deuce, 2 hearts.
It's a funny thing to hit someone. You're a bass player. Oh, so you're good, like Victor Wooten? Yeah.
BP checking, and Jerry putting in a bet here.
Necessarily exactly like him, but I was more asking like you do the slap.
Like Rick Wakeman? You good?
That's
No diamonds on this board, which would have been a welcome sight for Paul, with the ace-7 of diamonds holding. But it looks like Paul is a non-believer of Jerry. He's going to raise it to 165 with absolute air right now, just ace high. BP not finding that to be a welcome sight for his pair of threes on the jack high board, and that raise from Paul is going to get it done. Nicely done.
Oh my god.
Getting rid of his knit button
And it's control. No tough outs.
and winning the pot with the worst hand on a uncomfortable board to be playing for a lot of money.
Selling on Amazon and Windows stuff. No, mostly trading.
Dan making the call here on the button with 9-8 of diamonds, a very pretty suited connector holding Lateralis. 5-4 of spades, another suited connector. Jerry in the straddle getting a great price with his ace. And a very good flop for Dan here. Queen Jack of diamonds out on the board. Caleb, however, in the lead with a pair of jacks does make the call. Jerry going to get out of the way. Dan looking for a 10 or a diamond and finds it immediately on the turn. So Dan, the check mark in this pot. Caleb considering his options with his jack. Could still have the best hand, but does he want to continue putting money into this pot, perhaps wanting to rep a hand like Dan is actually holding? And it could be absolutely terrible for him to do that. Does Dan want to just call and let Caleb continue bluffing? That is the best option by far. Caleb did, in fact, make the call. Dan bumping up that turn. Caleb just $446 behind, $744 already in the pot. Dan requests it all. Caleb makes the snap call with just a jack and a knit button as well. So see the knit button having that effect on players. But a $1,600 pot, third biggest pot of the night so far, going Dan's way. And look at the mound of chips for Tuition Dan. They seem to just keep growing. It feels like some lab rats multiplying as we've seen him go from the start of the stream to this point. And somebody get this man a color up on the red chips. Just a sea of red over there in the 5 seat. Professor getting rid of his knit button on the button with just 5 deuce offsuit. So one of those instances where he just gets very lucky. Nobody wakes up with hands. He gets to put money in and get rid of his knit button with no problem, really. I believe we just have 4 buttons remaining on the table, or perhaps just 3. It is just 3 now. Garrett, Caleb, and I believe Jerry at the other end of the table, or perhaps AK in the 9 seat. Queen 9 of hearts. Bumping it up 30 bucks. But Dan to his left, waking up with pocket jacks. Opting to make it $90 now. Professor with a good enough suited ace to come along from the cutoff, but decides to play it safely and get rid of it. Now Jerry, 7 deuce, lays it down though. Not going to try and win that bonus money for the 7 deuce bounty. Lateralus now facing this 3-bet from Dan, and he's just going to lay it down. So Dan taking that one down, not having to see a flop. Just no work for the kid in the 5 seat. And he'll take the free $40 that was in the pot without having to play pocket jacks that can oftentimes be very tough. A very tough hand to play sometimes post-flop. Here we see Lateralus waking up with pocket 9s. It's probably my favorite pair, pocket pair, next to aces, kings, queens, jacks, and 10s, but it's right up there after that. Jerry putting a 3-bet though with ace king, and we see the call. Ace queen 3. Jerry top now. A stranglehold on this pot. Lateralus looking for one of the 2 9s. However, the 9 of clubs is already been spoken for. We do see a check from him, and Jerry now putting out about a half-sized pot bet, $100. Lateralus not going to chase his 2-outer there. So a nice pot going Jerry's way. Jerry already stuck a bit, but those smaller pots can help you make a comeback.
One of my favorite, like, kind of small-time bands is French.
What is it called?
They're called Ghost Rhythms. Listen to Ghost Rhythms. How can you say that?
I do that.
It's a very small.
It's Professor now with pocket 5s.
Ghost Rhythms?
BP opting to call just behind Professor with the ace-9 offsuit, and Jerry doing the same with king-jack offsuit from the cutoff. It's Garrett, though, in the small blind with his nit button, going to be bumping it up, putting the squeeze on, putting the pressure on these other guys, wanting to get rid of this nit button so that he doesn't have to pay the tax. Garrett with a mystery hand, not getting read by the table here. Professor evaluating this situation here and seeing Garrett has a nit button in front of him. Could he be doing it with a garbage hand? Yes, he could. Absolutely. However, pocket 5s, even against a quote garbage hand, oftentimes not performing very well and very difficult to navigate post-flop unless we happen to hit our 5. A Jack 9-8 flop is what we're going to see here. Garrett first to act with his mystery hand. BP with middle pair and the best kicker in the deck. Garrett continuing on this flop for $200, just about half pot. BP now with a decision. Garrett only $450 behind. If BP were to call right here, we would see $800 in the middle. BP sizing up this bet and going to have to make a decision. Does he want to play for all of Garrett's chips, regardless of if he calls or raises here? He knows that on the turn, Garrett is likely going to be putting $450 in, regardless of what the card is. And it gets it done. BP laying it down. Garrett showing 2 kings, I believe. The other card stuck behind the graphic. It was 2 kings. So another spot for Garrett there where he's comfortable with kings on a jack high flop.
Garrett, who were you rooting for, Akash or Caleb?
Definitely Caleb.
It was against the same opponent he played the pocket kings against last time in a sort of similar situation with BP where he had the jack 9 and BP turned the 9. So perhaps Garrett having flashbacks of that hand, seeing the jack 9-8 flop and being in there with the same holding. Regardless, Garrett getting rid of his nit button, and we're down to 2. Professor opening ace-jack. AK finally finding a hand that he's willing to put some chips in with. Queen 9 suited. Garrett putting in the 3-bet now on the button. King Queen suited. Garrett suited to clubs. AK to diamonds. Professor with the ace of clubs in his hand. He's seeing a call and a 3-bet, and will have to play ace-jack out of position. I would not be surprised just to see Professor let this one go. But I can make a case either way. Professor does make the call, and it's AK getting out of the way. 7-5-2 rainbow flop. A pretty horrendous board for both of these players. Garrett well aware this is not a board that Professor should have any piece of.
Small bet makes me nervous.
And Professor lays it down. Garrett using the power of position with that dealer button to take down that pot. And here we see the cumulative winnings updated a bit. Dan up the most, up almost 2K right now. Lateralus BP up over 500. Paul and Garrett both up over 300. Garrett and Professor just treading water right now, up a measly $30. Jerry and Caleb down the most, both down over 1,300. And AK in for a second bullet, but lost his first $1,000 on hand number 2. Been quiet relatively since then, has AK. BP just making the call here. Queen Jack of spades. Garrett Jack 9 off. Making the call as well. Paul coming along with Queen 10 offsuit. Lateralus, a suited king, does make the call himself. To hand 10-8 offsuit and a bunch of limpers in your pot. However, does decide to just check his option there. $50 in the skillet going 5 ways. 7-3-3 flop. Nobody connecting with this at all. Very similar to the last hand, however. It was a limped pot, so the options for players to have a holding that connects definitely more likely. Garrett putting in a bet after it checked to him. Wants to put the pressure on these guys. There is $50 sitting out there that he can pick up. Dan, not scared though. Just 10 high. Looking for a 10 or an 8 on the turn. 5 of hearts, no help. Dan does check it, and Garrett, if he wants to win this pot, gonna continue betting. He does. He puts out $100. Just over the size of the pot. Dan, a non-believer that Garrett has any piece of that, as we see him stare down Garrett. However, Dan also did not have any piece of that with 10-8 offsuit.
Have more. Yeah, he told you.
Correct. Oh, there is too.
I had a funny idea.
You're thinking about it.
I folded three right here.
BP, King Queen offsuit here, first to act.
I'm gonna be the unpredictable guy.
See what he elects to do. Still 2 knit buttons that we are needing to get rid of to end this knit game. BP just making the call.
For no fucking reason. That was really silly.
Garrett out of the way with his ace. Caleb, no reason to play the Jack 7 offsuit is what his decision is when AK is not in the hand. I would be curious to see if AK had limped or raised what Caleb would do with Jack 7 offsuit there. I imagine still fold is not the best holding. However, he would have flopped trip jacks. BP flopping a king. Lateralus just ace high. Looking for any of the 3 aces. We can see the top of the screen, however, the ace of spades already spoken for when Garrett folded it. BP gonna put in a bet and take that one down.
You get the gold cards
Do it
yet
during
with
the day. You should do it during the day when Daniel's handball. Easy work.
Got Jimmy MF Hill in the chat, rooting for both Paul and Dan.
Because I usually can't drive via your car, so whenever like I think these cars like
Because of all those PWIs.
A bunch of Dan fans tonight. Love to see it.
or like the I don't have my driving license, whatever.
Yeah, because of the DWIs. They take away your driving license.
Dan was a late addition to our stream, I think 2 weeks ago, I believe, perhaps last week, and came on. Did not fare so well. Lost a couple of buy-ins and made an early exit. But came in confident tonight that he would not have that problem, and so far has been on a heater, up almost $2,000 as he picks up ace jack.
They go hot. I spit on you.
Tuition man Dan with the ace jack making that call. BP putting the squeeze on with ace king offsuit. looking to go up to $260. So really putting the pressure on these players here. Lateralus suited Jack 8 with hearts on the button, gets to play this in position. Jack 8, however, not one of the better holdings.
Depends on the context. I mean,
And Tuition Man Dan, now a decision, does decide to correctly let Ace Jack go to that size.
You have $1 now?
Till now.
Sometimes those big squeezes can look so bluffy, but Dan decides to believe it this time
I thought you were done with
and is correct in that decision.
I was being nice to you. Oh my god, you don't deserve my nice.
40 of you guys in the chat hanging out on a Wednesday night
Hi.
at Red Star Social with me. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Make my job a bit easier when I can talk to you guys in the chat and keep me engaged. I love to watch poker myself. I love to play poker. And even so, it can be tough back here in the booth, sequestered from all of civilization, just watching poker and having to talk about it for hours on end. You guys really help keep me awake and keep me from being too monotonous. Jerry putting on a 3-bet here with ace-5 offsuit. Going to have to play out of position on later streets against Lateralus, who makes the call out of the cutoff with ace-jack suited. And it's a king-queen 7 flop, 2 clubs. Lateralus, a royal flush draw should we see the 10 of clubs come. Jerry looking for help. Looking for a 5 or a 7. A 7 would just chop the pot for Jerry, though. Jerry betting $75. Lateralus not going to be folding, but going to ask for more money from Jerry. Just clicking him here. Min raise to $150. Jerry picking up the cards. Taking another gander. They are still exactly as you left them. The ace of hearts and the 5 of clubs. But the min raise from the 4 seat, enough to get it done. We will not see the 10 of clubs come out on the Turner River. This hand is over. 2 nip buttons still remain. Caleb with his fluorescent beanie here in the 2 seat. And AK in the 9 seat. Chad, is that beanie highlighter yellow? Caleb wearing what looks to be a pretty thick sweater slash jacket combo. Somebody tell him to walk outside if he's cold. It's 80 degrees outside here in Austin, Texas.
Just to save the $50. Let's not talk about it, though. That's important.
Caleb bumping it up, though, in this pot with ace-10 of clubs. Finally, a playable hand in this bomb pot for that man. Jerry with the same cards. No suit. AK gets out of the way, and Garrett now going to be in a great spot against Caleb and Jerry holding his pocket fives. And flopping a set in the window is Garrett. Jerry checking his ace high. Garrett checking his set. Inducing Caleb to put a small bet in here, $50 with his knit button. Jerry likely making the fold. Garrett,
It's time to get yourself a favorite Muppet.
a decision to either just call or raise. On this flop, I would like to see him just call. Let our opponent get a little bit more of a piece of the board, potentially. And he does elect to do that. The turn is the ace, and this is exactly what Garrett called for. Let Caleb hit an ace. Caleb thinking he has the best hand now. But it's Garrett with the fake phone number, the 555, a set of fives. Caleb, not slowing down, puts out a C bet here of $150. And this hand is locked up for Garrett in the one seat. Just going to call the $150. The 8 of diamonds on the turn does not scare Caleb. And Garrett putting out a small bet here, just $100. Caleb immediately making a face like, well, what the heck is this? And just decides to make the call. An interesting bet and reaction from Caleb. I'm curious if Garrett had checked there. Would we have seen Caleb go for a bet? Or would we have seen him just take his showdown value
What if I fold a set on stream?
and check
Like,
behind?
never in my-
Garrett perhaps scared of that, wanting to avoid that, and going for that $100 sizing. Unfortunately for him, he could have gotten
I would automatically
much more than $100, I think.
I would have won $35.
Oh.
But
But-
I had a
but with
fucking set. And it really made it bad because, like you said, it's like, if I have a bad hand, I'm just gonna fold. I have to have something, right? So I was like, okay, I have to leave the river.
Good stuff.
Otherwise, he's gonna check back like even pretty good hands. Obviously, he can't check.
So Caleb still holding on to that yellow knit button. We've been at this knit game, the second knit game of the night, for a while. Caleb bumped it up to $35. Paul making the call. Lateralus making the call in hand 37. We've been going at this knit game, I believe, for about 20 hands now. Paul just making the call with pocket queens. Lateralus came in with pocket fives. And Dan, a suited connector, the 7-6 of spades. BP on the button, and it looks like he has intentions
Whatever hand he got.
of bumping it up. He's got Jack 3 offsuit, folks. Could this be one of those spots where Paul flats? No. PP gets out of the way. Paul would have looked like an absolute genius had BP raised there. Caleb with ace 9 offsuit. Jerry made the call with fours.
No one will stop you.
AK made the call with 6 deuce, so 6 ways here in a very interesting pot. Nobody with a king and nobody with a jack. Caleb connecting with the 9 that's on the board, but it's still Paul's hand that is best, holding the pocket queens. Checks over to Lateralus, and Dan last to act now on this flop. Just 7 high. It does not want to put in a bet. which allows Caleb to get there now. Caleb with 2 pair, ace 9. Checks over to him. And how much does he want to ask for? Not going very big. Just deciding to go $90 here. Paul, 2 queens. Going to need a queen or a 10 on the river to win this hand. And it's just going to be Caleb and Paul battling it out. Caleb in excellent shape to finally relinquish his knit button. But it's a queen on the river. Just an absolute disaster card for Caleb. Really one of the worst cards in the deck, given this board texture. 3 clubs coming in, backdoor clubs with the queen of clubs. Now any 10 beats us as well. I mean, it is just an absolute disaster here. Caleb, who had a stranglehold on the pot, checks it over to Paul, who now has middle set, really, on a wet board like this, but probably not going to be checked to if our opponent is holding a 10 after the action in this pot. So Paul, very aware he likely has the best hand. Does he want to go for value here? And if so, how much? I would love to see something like 275, 300, 3/4 pot get in there. And at that rate, we're just going to ask for it all from Caleb. He's only got $316. Paul thinking it over, doing a little bit of Hollywood, I think. But going to go smaller, and this is going to just annoy Caleb to no end. $115, how can we ever fold? Caleb just a rough spot, but fortunate to not be asked for it all. This $115 bet, though, looks so value heavy to Caleb right now with only 316 remaining. I almost feel like if I'm in Caleb's shoes, though, I can fold to that size more so than I would fold for the all-in size of my stack. Caleb not loving it at all, really thinking about it, and he's going to lay it down, I think. Caleb in folding position here, holding the cards, ready to muck them, and there they go, into the muck. And very unfortunate run out in river for my buddy in the 2-seat with the highlighter yellow beanie on.
This is pretty good. Oh, I needed you to call, but I
But an absolute disaster of a river for him.
If he was bluffing, he would bluff for that size, though.
Bringing in the 4 to a straight, the 3 with the 3 to a flush with the clubs. It's just not a great spot to have 2 pair there.
He showed me his backer. He showed my backer. I was like, it's okay to fold, man. I don't want you to feel like you have to call.
And there are some bluffs, such as the sets, the jacks, the queens, the kings, mostly when we're holding ace-9, that we actually still lose to.
Oh, you forgot already, huh? Already forgotten the answer.
And in poker, I'll give you guys a pro tip. If you are facing a bet and determine to yourself that you lose to bluffs, you should probably fold your hand. It's a pro tip.
Those horses in here.
I'm in here too. I'm trying to influence in my favor.
8-5 deuce flop. Caleb with a 5 now. Jerry with top pair with his 8. BP with a 5 of his own as well, with a worse kicker than Caleb, so be interested to see how he wants to tread in this pot. Jerry evaluating his position. From the button here, we have top pair. There's going to be, we do have spades, so we have backdoor spades. But there's going to be 3 people behind us left to act. And they all get out of the way. A welcome sight for Jerry. BP, just a pair of 5s and a 3 kicker. 9 of spades on the turn. Jerry picking up the spade draw. Still out in front, but more comfortable about his holding now. And BP not going to slow down. Small bet, just $50. And Jerry with $319 remaining. Does he request it all? And he does request it all. BP going to lay it down, quickly get out of the way.
And right before here, across the busy road, which is the Mexican restaurant. There's a great restaurant called Golden Creek Cafe, which is basically a vegan restaurant.
The main room out in Red Star tonight is popping off. A great game going on out there. Players having a lot of fun, making a lot of noise tonight. I can hear it back here. So a very fun, friendly game out on the floor. If you are looking to play some poker tonight, get on the list. Come on down to Red Star Social. My good buddy, Reckless Ron, is actually playing in that game right now. I thought we were friends, but he decided tonight he did not want to spend hours upon hours sitting back here with me tonight, so I'm a little bit offended. And we have AK for AK. Suited to diamonds, Garrett with Queen Jack O. And Caleb waking up with Ace Queen offsuit. Just an absolutely unfortunate spot for him. It's going to be the 2 players with knit buttons remaining battling it out here. Caleb, the huge underdog in this fight. Lateralus with pocket 4s, perhaps wants to get in there himself, but could be very risky. Does decide to lay it down. AK not going to be laying down a suited ace king, and Garrett going to be getting out of the way with just queen high. So it's the battle of the nits here. Ace king dominating ace queen. A huge favorite.
Yes, he found one.
Unfortunate spot for Caleb. However,
He didn't lose yet. He's alive.
there's still cards to come. They're running it 2 times. The top board will be for the Nick game. Ace in the window. 2 hearts. There is a jack.
I don't care about this one.
Some opportunity for Caleb, but gonna need runner, and that is not gonna do it. Gonna need a queen, which is not available. So, AK winning that hand, solidifying that Caleb will be paying the nit tax this next hand.
Oh, I wasted at least $50 trying
It will be a splash pot next hand as we see the next board coming out.
lost money in that hand. But, I don't know.
I did see a 3 of spades in the window.
Because on the flop, you could be
play tonight.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
them?
he's that is the top one. Be my
Oh, okay, I don't know. He probably thinks I'm playing like a nitbag.
Is it two nicknames on them?
You're definitely playing different than you played last week.
I'm a little tighter.
The next one in my hand. On my
So
deck.
you're gonna fold one of that now, or?
I think there is a
They will fold this time? I fold it all the time.
issue here. Perhaps Selena
All doing. That's me.
burned twice.
Who's putting the 3-bet? I
Oh no, they are going individually
I
to
was afraid to affect you. You just put it all
get the cards
My turn.
a suited ace.
red here. That's what's going on. So
She didn't burn. She didn't burn.
take your time, get it right. That's the only important thing.
That's what he told me.
Apologies to you guys, the viewers. On the edge of your seats, I know,
Bottom card is show.
waiting for this board, as am I.
Show. It can be the burn card. That's what he said.
And there we go. We have it correct now.
So this is 3 cards. Right?
2 spades out there. So Caleb now looking for some spades, perhaps. Needs runner, runner, spades, or runner, runner, Broadway. Looking for Jack 10 to make that happen.
You got some spade outs.
There is a spade on the turn, so Caleb picking up some outs, but does not come on the river. Caleb going to be stacked there. Also going to have to pay the nit tax. It will be a splash pot this next game. Or this next hand, I should say. Excuse me.
Give me 800.
Caleb, not for a lack of trying,
Give me the best hand you've seen in hours.
but the loser of that nit game. He got into some unfortunate spots.
Dana gets kings. No sweat. No problem. Oh, queen 10 and go.
That one of the longer nit games of recent memory that we've had on the stream. A great stream tonight. And we are going to see this last splash pot, paying for the
Is there
Splash pot, right?
Oh, you're okay.
It's a $120 splash.
Okay. You just wait for chips.
nit tax will be Caleb here.
660.
It'll be $140, I believe, that he will be paying. 20 of that will go to Selena,
20 invisible dollars.
and the other 120 will remain in the pot and be the extra money that the players are fighting for and looking to win. BP pocket sixes, bumping it up to $60.
Like 80% going to me.
Caleb 7-5 of hearts now in the small blind. It's a pretty fun hand to take post flop, and a hand a lot of players do not see coming when we hit big. But Caleb not going to get involved. He decided that he already had to pay a $140 tax this hand, so does not want to take any chances at losing more money for no reason. Lateralis and the $10 straddle laying it down. Now it's all on Tuition Dan
I'm folding.
to defend here. And here we go. Heads up for $60 a piece. So 120 there, plus $120 from the splash pot. We see Jack 4 deuce rainbow Dan with 10-3 of clubs. Backdoor clubs working for him. BP just a pair of sixes, but gonna bet $110 on this jack high board. Not scared at all. Dan can incredibly rep the jack here, but decides to lay it down. And BP gonna show his hand to take down that splash pot money. And we will say goodbye to Selena.
When I noticed it, they took it off.
Welcome in Tanya for the remainder of the stream tonight. And with that, I've been going for almost 2.5 hours. I am going to take a short break of my own. You guys stick around. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, but the action will be strong.
Several.
Five.
Not yet, not for a few hands. On pot's in the 7 seat. Stoner's on to go out of smoke. Or maybe a regular smoke, I don't even know which.
Okay. Am I? Am I dealing these guys in who aren't at their seats?
Yes.
Yes, always. Okay.
Straddle, sir? Yeah. Mr. Danielson? Oh, yes, you were on there?
Alright, 10 straddle, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 raises to 30, 9 fold,
Green chips, my friend? Sure.
1
Green
fold.
chips? Just these. Alright. That's like You pipping 5%?
It's pretty low right now.
7 calls.
You like maybe reverse VPIP game if we can have like a
We should win the most money on the lowest seat.
I'm sorry?
Oh,
Alright. Seat 8's all in.
Good luck, sir. Thank you.
gradual raise.
Check 345. Seat 9 folds. Seat 1 folds.
This is the vote.
2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 calls.
Fuck all.
Alright, seat 6 and 7 folds.
However many times I ended up in
Alright, we're in it twice.
The AQ versus the AJ.
A10
Alan
here.
Jackson. So
Yeah,
you
you
threw
hit-
A10 straight in the mouth.
From the last
You didn't even think about it?
Didn't even
It's
think
because
about
of the
it.
young kid. You were like, okay, that kid's
Drop,
strong.
drop.
Twice.
I was cold there before that.
That's honestly it. Oh, it's a
Chop
chop.
out.
It's a chop. Let's just chop it up right now. Oh my god, the deuce. No.
They call those the blocks.
Right, you
Clock,
cannot.
clock, clock. Another one.
Uh-oh. Diamond.
Hey,
It's
no.
a liar.
How can he miss?
That's right. Take it
How
down.
are you going to be able to miss?
Right, like a
I
diamond.
mean,
Ace 2 4 5 6.
Ace queen.
the rich get richer. The tuition gets paid.
What did you have on the last hand?
I did 2 bet.
On the river?
Remove the button.
But
Alright,
there's
I'm
a
out.
kneeling.
Good to meet you, Jerry.
You too. It's a good game.
I
Yeah.
have
Yeah,
the
Brian.
button.
You want to sell me a couple red? Sell me like 2 or
Yeah, I
something.
got water for
I have the button.
You have the villain, so you have an unfair advantage
relieve you.
against
Ooh.
everyone at the
Wait
table.
a sec. I can also color you up close if you want to.
Got it?
No, it's okay. Whatever.
You were the
I don't want to. I don't want
You were
to.
the straddle.
No, no, Jared.
I was on,
I
I was
want
on
the
the
WSOP
Yeah, I'm
chip
straddle.
stacks.
All right,
Yeah,
I
seat 8, 7,
am back,
as of now.
ladies and gentlemen,
2005 through 2009.
with Jerry losing that hand
I mean, it's still kind of like
just now.
Thank you so much.
That is going to be the night for him. He is calling it, so we will have a new player coming into that 8 seat momentarily.
Alright, seat 9 folds. Seat 1 raises to 30. 2 folds. 3 raises to 90. 4 folds.
And as I was
5 folds.
taking a brief break there, I was looking back at the Frenchman, Paul, in the 3 seat, at what he wrote down for some information.
my goodness.
And he's got some interesting info here. He is from Paris, like I mentioned before, but well-traveled, has played some cash games, obviously
Missed the whole round.
here in Texas most recently, but
You try pushing it really
as
hard.
far away as
I saw
Australia,
someone when I was in there.
Cambodia, and Mexico as well. So, pretty interesting.
Where do we start making
I have not played poker
Find out.
in another country myself.
At least last week I waited for like 4 hours to go.
They want to know if someone wants to join them.
I'm figuring that out right now. There is a couple people.
Okay.
We'll hop on the knit for like nothing.
Perfect.
Okay.
Alright, C2 folds.
No, it's
One
a
straddle.
straddle.
Yeah, not a
Uno.
mid
It was an option. Fold blind.
Dan in position here, bumping it up to $60. Ace 6 offsuit. Professor coming in hot with a 3-bet with the 9-5.
C5 raises.
A non-believer that Dan had a good hand on the button. And it gets the job done.
C7 folds. C9 folds. C1 folds.
So this game tonight, if you are just now tuning in with us here at Red Star Social, is a 1-3 no limit hold'em poker game. And the cap on the game is $1,000, meaning the most that a player can buy in for at any time is $1,000. So these stacks that you see around the table, like we see here in the 5 seat from Dan, that sea of red chips right there, was all accumulated from just his initial $1,000 buy-in. It is not a what is often referred to as a match the stack game, where you can come in and put as many chips on the table as the chip leader has and, quote, match their stack. No, this is a $1,000 cap.
I just want to get to the bomb pot immediately.
And we are going to do a bomb pot. So we are going to see these cards populate for all 8 players at the table currently. And then we are going to see 2 boards. PLO bomb pot,
There's 3. I'm really worried.
meaning pot limit Omaha. Pot limit referring to the amount that you can bet. Omaha referring to the poker variant. Omaha getting 4 cards in your hand dealt to you, as do all the players at the table. You must use 2 cards out of your hand to make the best 5-card hand on either board in the bomb pot. You can also use the same 2 cards in your hand to make the best hand on both cards. There is no limit on that. So if you were to have Ace King, for example, in this hand and had top 2 pair, that would be a great holding. And you could take down the pot, perhaps, with the same 2 cards being used on both boards. That one a relatively uneventful bomb pot, as we see our new friend sit down in the 8 seat. A gentleman you may recognize. He has been on the stream, I think 2 or 3 times in recent weeks. He likes to get out there and play hands and loves to play at Red Star, as do all of these players at the table. They are always frequently asking to come back and play the stream. You see Lateralus waking up with pocket kings.
Traveling under the gun automatically to 10.
Everybody's just strapping.
And 160 is
You know how the Nick game was?
not really. Although you have to win. If
We'll explain that in a minute. Yeah.
welcome to the stream, bro.
No customers for the pocket kings.
Well, just in case you don't, sounds like you probably do.
The nit
We'll all get a nip button.
Yeah, no, you have to win.
You have to show your hand.
Right. When you win. When you win. You get
26 of you guys in the chat right now as we start another knit game. Tanya spreading those yellow knit buttons around the table. And it will be bumped up again. $20 every knit game. So the loser of this knit game will pay the tax, $160 total. 140 of that going to be going to a splash pot. 20 of that going to Tanya, doing a great job in the dealer chair. So get ready for some action. Professor opening it up with King 3 suited, and Paul pocket 8s first hand.
Every man for himself.
Folding around to Paul, ace 10 offsuit. Just lays it down. Poker in Europe, much different than poker in Texas. 4-3 deuce flop, 1 spade. Professor connecting with his 3 here, but Paul still an overpair with the 8s. Paul in for the full $1,000 cap, it looks like. And we have a juicy turn. Professor picking up the spade draw. Going to continue betting, putting max pressure on Paul now with something like a pair of 8s. Professor counting out $300, it looks like, and while he was counting it out, Paul went and grabbed a bunch of green chips, perhaps to influence Professor in one direction or another, whether to bet or not bet,
Sometimes I think people like to play.
whether consciously or unconsciously. But a very nuanced thing that if you watch these games, if you watch any poker games, things like that you can pick up on and gain information from your opponents. Professor taking that one down with the worst hand there, but plenty of equity behind it. A huge dog, however. But he does not care. He wins the pot, gets rid of his nit button, the first player to do so in our 3rd nit game of the night.
Thank you.
It's a good hand. How does he do it? How does he get it through?
He wins. Everyone thinks I'm playing tight. That's how.
No, I knew.
Alright, got a straddle to 4.
Give me some screws for this.
Oh, it's still tight.
Here we have 7 deuce for BP. Gonna go after this bounty. $10 per player at the table if we can win with 7 deuce.
Middle position if you're wasted, if you're crossfaded.
7 raises to 40.
Garrett, the only caller and going to be the last line of defense in this hand. Big favorite and flopping the world here. An ace high flop, 2 spades. Garrett with nut spade draw, top pair, weak kicker. BP not slowing down though, wants that extra bounty money from the table. Garrett licking his chops right now, just absolutely smashing this flop. Queen of diamonds on the turn, no help for BP, and it will lock it up for Garrett. Garrett with an ace in his hand, just a 3 kicker though. BP, the only way he can win this hand is by putting more money in the pot and putting the pressure on Garrett. And it looks like he's counting out betting chips here. $260 looks like the amount. Garrett not going to be backing down here. However, without a spade on the river, our 3 is inconsequential, and we do lose to essentially every other ace. Unless we hit a 3 as well, of course, but it is a 4, which is a great card when we have that feeling. Now we play the queen kicker on our 2 pair aces and 4s, and we are not afraid of our opponent having a king only, because we just decide if they have it, they have it, and shrug it off. BP smartly decides to give up and check, and Garrett going to just turn his hand over. Never going to get called by a worse hand there, and only will get called by better hands, so a smart check by him. Perhaps some aces call, but most aces not checking there. So very easy decision for Garrett there to just be content with what was in the pot. Professor 8-4 of diamonds. Last week, Professor had quite the roller coaster on stream. He got stuck for a few buy-ins, and by the end of the night, ended up even. He went on a heater. We had some huge hands the last couple of hours of the stream last week. So if you haven't watched that and you want some more poker content, please go watch some of our past streams. Garrett putting in a 3-bet here with ace-2 of clubs from the cutoff. Lateralus, 2 blackjacks. Putting in the 4-bet. Makes it 400. Back to Garrett. Again, the last line of defense here. Almost the same hand that he just won with. This time, a lower kicker and a different suit variety. Clubs this time. Lays it down. Lateralus going to show and get rid of his knit button. Take down. Nice little pot. Almost 200 bucks there that he's going to win after the open, the 3-bet, etc. And if you guys are watching us tonight, let me kindly request and ask one favor of you, is that you go and subscribe to our channel. We are about a dozen subscribers away from hitting 500, so a huge milestone for our stream.
That's why your race looks really, really strong. Like how he's got nervous. Like yesterday at 4-bet Daniel was 9-8.
Each and every one of you watching, or if you have watched in the past, have made a huge difference in helping us get this off the ground and making it successful. It has been a long road already so far for us to get to this point, but it's happened faster than we could have ever imagined, so thank you. Dan bumping it up with the Gretzky 99. Professor to his left, 7 deuce, counting out, raising chips. Here we go. BP lays down the ace-6. Paul, 7-5. Looking at his chips, looking at Professor. Oh, pardon. I forget now that we have 2 Pauls, so I'm going to have to really pay attention. Paul in the 8 seat actually had pocket 3s, I believe, and the Frenchman in the 3 seat, 7-5. I'm going to have to relay a message to our production staff and see if I can get the 3 seats named to, the 3 seats name changed, pardon me, to French Paul or Frenchie or something. Here we go. Heads up, Dan and Professor. Dan checks it over with his pair of 9s on ace-10-8. Professor, 7 deuce. If he bets here, he likely will take it down. No, decides to check. Both players with a gut shot now, looking for each other's holdings. Dan gut shot looking for a 7, and Professor a gut shot looking for a 9. So, decent turn for Professor. He was dead to runner on the flop, and now picks up the runner draw, looking for one of 2 9s. But Professor not going to check this turn now. He is betting $250. Dan deciding how much $250 is worth to him right now. Knowing if he hits a 7, it would be likely the best hand, but lays it down. Professor gets it done and gonna pick up an extra $80 for his efforts. Nicely done, sir. We love to see it. So we have seen tonight the 7 deuce game on, obviously, and the 7 deuce has won, I believe, 3 or 4, at least 3 times, I think, perhaps 4.
For $90.
It's a great shot of those bright chips here at Red Star.
Donate to the chat.
The guys in the back working overtime tonight. The production crew doing an excellent job. We did have one huge hiccup earlier that if you were watching, I will apologize for again, just with the audio, but got our guys on the fix and got it figured out pretty quickly tonight. So great job by then. Professor with the ace-10 lays it down quickly, and we're going to see 6s in this hand versus ace-king.
I just show up with queen six
You want to?
offsuit. Okay.
We're just gonna run it out.
We're just gonna run it out.
7 calls and then
Are y'all okay with that? With us running it out?
No.
Well, no, okay, no, they're not. So let's just.
Okay.
But y'all can like do it and like just
We can.
don't
That's
tell
fine.
us.
That's fine.
But like, if you end up with the nuts on the river, I'm gonna be a little salty.
Alright. Okay?
Because I would get stacked. But
I bet 75.
Okay.
Paul with top pair on this board and gonna get it done. Here we see the VPIP numbers. New Paul in here, VPIpping the top of the board now, 52%. Everyone else in good territory. AK slacking a little bit, 23% down at the bottom. We're gonna have to get him to play some hands now. But everybody, Caleb, Professor, everybody well within that 30% number.
Well, I just,
Great action on the stream today.
So we're like,
Oh,
like
Well, I
playing
think
soft
here's the
under
deal is
the.
that if I don't have the same
to my
agreement
God.
with a person next to me, I can get stacked by
I will say sometimes
It's like a little bit.
Absolutely.
on the streams when they're
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
clocking our VPIP numbers,
You almost did it.
it can be unfair because
being friendly, huh?
Worked out good.
you may get the short end of the stick as far as card distribution occasionally.
Cards, baby.
So, tonight, that has been what's happened to him a little bit.
Yeah, to remind myself.
Queen 7-5 flop. Couple players connecting with this. Professor with a queen. BP as well. Paul gonna be the one putting a bet out with his pair of 7s. That's gonna allow Caleb to get out of the way. The only player who had no connection really. Professor and BP both make the call. Professor well in the lead here, and turning a very gin 10 of clubs.
Like,
Checking it over to Paul. Paul not slowing down with just a 7 here.
so I have to pay inside.
9 no good for Paul. It would give BP a better 2 pair. So Paul looking for just a 7. Paul's bet 175 and Professor making the call. Gonna let Paul continue bluffing. And it comes a jack of spades. No help for Paul. Professor making the check. Paul putting a bet out there. Professor not loving it. The jack of spades. His flush with the clubs misses. Paul, if he has a 2-pair type hand or a set, way in the lead. There are some straights that get there. 9-8 particularly being the one Professor is most worried about right now after he saw the 10 of clubs on the turn. I don't think that Paul has bet enough, though, for us to consider folding. And Professor makes the call. Gonna win this pot here. Nicely done, Professor. $1,200 pot going his way. Yeah, Paul, I love the fight there. Had he bet perhaps $200 more, bet 425, 450, Professor is in a real pickle. And I think he may lay it down based on his reaction to the small bet Paul put out just now.
I mean, it's one day, there was that one day I forgot my Uber phone. I have a phone that literally just is as if I
But I do have to admire the effort from the man in the 8 seat there.
it's my phone, but it's just like it's right. Yeah, pretty
Lateralus, Queen Jack offsuit. Couple of towers of green chips in front of him. Lateralus, the big winner on the streams recently. Having some pretty good cash sessions here at Red Star. King 9-4 flop. Both players miss. Lateralus looking for a 3-outer queen before we went to the flop, I should say. Now picking up outs by way of the 10s.
Only chance to win the hand. Board.
Caleb pocket kings now. Paul making the call. Garrett 7-8 in the muck. 10-4-3 flop. Caleb way in the lead with pocket kings. Paul, no connection, but 2 overcards. Would be detrimental if he hit a jack here. Nope, he's going to hit an ace of hearts. Basically the best card in the entire deck for him and leads out. Caleb not loving this. 2 black kings, 3 hearts out on the board. Caleb just one out in the King of Diamonds,
Completely.
but
But I'm gonna get flamed in it.
has Paul leading into him on this turn. He shows his kings, Caleb.
You don't wanna ever play our game?
Having a bit of a bad run at it tonight, unfortunately.
Say that, they just said,
What do they call it? You're blackballing our games?
what are you talking about?
But correctly laying that one down. So gotta give the man props. Sometimes when we are not having the best run, we might start to chase a little bit. But Caleb staying very level-headed, not going after that one on the turn with the kings.
Yeah, we didn't even realize it.
When I saw you had a yellow chip,
There's
I was like,
shadow and a reshadow of 23.
this is fucking great. We all both should have come on this, really. But I get that you didn't. Y'all should have told those other guys to come on.
Correct.
I'm the 5.
Folds all the way to Garrett, who is in the big blind with ace-7 of diamonds. No knit button for Garrett.
21st century.
And French Paul here,
Every time you say that, I was like, Paul,
ace-3.
you're talking to me. What?
I think we might just have to nickname French Paul French Fry. I don't know, it just feels right. If you guys like the name French Fry, throw a 1 up in the chat for me.
And I refuse to go back into the IT industry.
I'll have to run it by him, but you don't often get to pick your own nicknames, so it may just stick.
Tennis rackets. And I play tennis and I do odd jobs. And I'm 62, so I'm like, a couple more years
Garrett
to get
in the lead with
retirement.
the ace-7.
sounds good.
I certainly don't play poker for that.
French Paul, though,
So, how about you?
I'm semi-retired,
picking up a gutter to the wheel with ace-3.
but I'm not doing it at the moment.
And now he's hitting a 3. So French Fry gets there.
How much does psychology help you in this game?
A little bit.
And we got a call.
Garrett does decide to check this river, but
I'm not like real good at reading faces or anything like that.
Paul asking for more.
I don't have any
Question is, how much?
instincts like that.
291 in the middle. I'd like to see him go smaller like he has in prior hands, perhaps 125, 150, something just under half pot.
Do I go to practice?
I have thought about it, and it actually would make some sense for me
Just
to
join
put-
you can just join a practice.
Well,
Not start your own.
I'd have to pursue licensure in
Yeah.
Texas, which Texas is
French Fry really taking his time to
thought about it, but I haven't done anything.
cook. Wants to be extra crispy when he makes this bet here.
Moved here permanently for poker, or?
Counting out a big size,
From about
which I don't mind.
on for another year.
It is going to look a bit more bluffy.
Where'd you come from?
350, just over pot.
Where about?
And Garrett going to quickly make the call.
I'm from Erie.
Oh, okay. My brother went
French
to,
Paul
was it Cannon?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I went to Erie.
showing the best hand, going to get rid of his knit button.
My wife is from Delaware.
350.
Getting the max value, I believe, in that spot. So a nice decision on the river. I said go small. He goes big. What do I know? I'm back here talking about it. He's out there living it. Dan, the biggest winner so far, up almost 2K. Professor, though, right on his tail, up now 1,300 after being so stagnant. French Paul up 1,100. New Paul down 450. Garrett winning small. Lateralus up almost 1,000. BP treading water up $45. Caleb, the big loser so far, down 2,300. Has not been his night, as we've seen.
I was from Erie, and then I lived in Boston for 10 years, and I've been in Austin for 25 years.
All right, cold, hot.
Oh, yeah.
Got Amanda Chang hopping in the chat.
We're getting north.
Hope you are doing good tonight.
University,
Amanda. Oh, thank you as well. She said very impressive wordplay. I really had to think about that one for a while, but it did come to me eventually.
Straddle, 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 raises 55,
Yeah,
8
fun, man.
folds,
That's all. We did a big trip.
9 calls
My buddy and I drove up
55,
last year. We just drove around.
1 folds,
Spent a couple days in Philadelphia.
2 folds,
Went to the Yingling factory in Boston.
Yeah, yeah.
Finger Lakes. And,
Sorry, what did you say?
spent some time in
Would have called it 8
I got a brother.
Queen 8-3 flop. Lateralus with the Queen 8 suited. Made the call pre-flop. Flops top 2 pair. French Paul with the Jack 10 of diamonds. So backdoor diamonds working, unfortunately, would be dead to Lateralus should that happen. But also the possibility for a straight, a gut shot right now, should a 9 come.
North Austin.
The best I can do.
And he is going to make the call. AK
Where exactly?
in the 9 seat in position, put out a $125 bet with the pocket fives.
Better,
I like it.
And Lateralus now,
How north that is.
a bet and a call.
2 3 calls,
By the university.
Holding Queen 8 in his hand, top 2 pair, a stranglehold on this pot. Putting in the raise, 300 it looks like he's going to request. AK now, with just pocket fives, severely shriveling up to
I'm just messing around.
He did remind me.
the call and then the raise.
Yeah. See a big tree with a yellow sign.
And Paul in a very annoying spot
Yeah.
that he finds himself in as well now.
Down by the
I'll
tree.
tell you a crazy story.
He has a hand that wants to see a turn for sure.
9 folds,
Long before I ever decided to come
He
here.
does have $125 out there already, so $175 for him to call and see that turn. Does he want to try and spike a 9
Yeah.
These guys are amazing.
and continue in this hand? Or does he want to get out of the way and
Different
give the pot to Lateralus?
guy in this video who stood out. Who I was just like, man, if I had the money to do it, this is the guy. This is like the coolest guy I've ever seen. The way he dresses, his car collection.
French Paul going to make the call.
You know, I watch videos all the time.
$950 in the pot.
I'm on air. I've almost given up renting a place in Austin.
Queen of hearts on the turn. Lateralus boats up.
Place popped up, and I'm like, oh, this place is cool.
Paul checks it over. Bad card for Paul, and he's very aware.
That's his place.
3 calls,
That's awesome.
He's my buddy now.
Yeah, for sure. That's dope.
I think Lateralus can sneeze at this pot, and Paul will fold, but I've been wrong before.
3 days.
Lateralis cutting out some betting chips here. Going smaller,
My eyes adjusted, and I start
115.
frame building shop, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Really wants to entice Paul here to make a call, come along with
Okay.
holding exactly like he's got.
Yeah, it's just bites.
You were just stalking him, right?
No.
I'm just kidding.
He's like, this
That's awesome.
total champ.
dang, dude.
With a hand like this, French Paul
Alright, let's figure out exactly where this place is at. We can
just
find the
drawing to a 9, basically, hoping that Lateralis is bluffing, which he's not.
That's wild. That's really cool. Serendipity.
It's a classic Austin story. Remarkable. Same thing with guitar.
But if a 9 were to come, French Paul
My next
would
neighbor-
still lose this pot, as we see Lateralis has the check mark.
Big cyclist, right? And he was on the national team, right?
And Paul
And so-
cutting out raising chips.
Yeah.
Music to Lateralis's ears.
And anyway, he was my next door neighbor, and then he worked at Collins Guitars.
I know you know how
He ran
The raise is to 275. Paul
He moved it.
I get a little
trying to rep
I know.
a queen here.
So,
Lateralis
Something crazy earlier.
yeah, it was just
licking his chops.
Yeah.
cycling.
I'm looking at Jack 7, I'm like,
Was it really? Oh my god. Now he makes mandolin.
Making the call. And we will see a river. If a 9 comes on this river, Paul is in trouble. It's not a 9. It is a 6 of diamonds. Paul with just jack high now. Just raised the turn and evaluating the river. So very weird card to try to continue to tell a story as the board stands. We have about a 1 SPR. We can see $1,500 in the pot. $1,500 in front of Paul. SPR meaning stack to pot ratio for those of you that don't know poker lingo. But French Paul taking his time, deciding on a check. And
I'm trying. I'm trying.
we will see if that means he's giving up. Lateralus, a real interesting spot for him. I would love to see him go very, very small here to try and induce French Paul to put in the raise again like he did on the turn. The question is, would it work again? Lateralus going to just ask for it all and pray that Paul has an overpair, something like kings or aces, or a queen in his hand. Paul going to take his medicine here. He will be laying it down, however. Wants to save face a little bit, taking a couple extra seconds, and there it goes. So big pot going Lateralis's way. The biggest of the night by dollar amount, as we see 2,500 after his shove went in the middle.
Nice pot.
Nicely done by that man.
Oh my god. What a sick block.
That was a very interesting hand. I did not think that French Paul would be raising that turn. However, there's some merit to it, and I don't mind it. Sometimes, however, we are putting in bluff raises or bets that where we're trying to rep the exact hand that our opponent is holding. And that was basically just one of those times. So unfortunate timing for French Paul, but he's still up on the night. He's doing all right. Caleb waking up with ace king, not going to slow play it at all. Does not want to lose another Nick game. Rips it in for $453 over the $35 open from Dan and a call from Garrett. Dan, the big winner tonight, running hot. Does he want to gamble with king deuce of diamonds? He does not. Garrett, the computer hand, out of the way. Ace king going to get shown by Caleb. Gets rid of his knit button. Takes down a nice little pot there.
You got defective can? Can didn't open right? Maybe that's a sign.
Believe we only have 3 knit buttons remaining. Perhaps 4 if French Paul still has one, but I think he got rid of his. As we start hand number 59 of the evening. We've been live since just after 7 p.m. Central Time here in Austin, Texas. We are playing some 1-3 no limit hold'em at Red Star Social. See BP waking up with pocket kings now. The ever inviting Jack 10 suited for Caleb on the button. And Lateralus coming along
He had ace 3 and I trapped him.
from the big blind, king, queen, offsuit, Dan with
Trap.
pocket threes. So
Get out of the trap.
4 ways to this flop, 150 in the middle. Queen, 6, deuce. Bad news for Lateralis.
Mamma mia.
Just drawing down.
BP, pocket kings,
Oh, I'm in my hand.
way in the lead.
Daniel said you were deaf.
They're four-handed.
What are you drawing, Jen? You didn't have a game?
He's not a bit better.
Lateralis, top pair, second best kicker with his king. Not going to be folding. Perhaps has a raise in mind, but does not. Just makes the call. $225. $631 in the pot, and it is a blank card on the turn. 3 of diamonds. Lateralis way behind the pocket kings still. We'll need a queen on the river to save him. BP with just 840 behind, a little bit over pot, about $200 over the pot. Lateralis reaching.
No, I just.
Believe the action was bet 525 by Lateralis. BP puts it all in, $840. They're running it one time. No help for Lateralis. BP winning a $2,300 pot right after we just saw Lateralis win a $2,500 pot. Very fortunate flop for BP in that his opponent flops top pair and has a relatively clean run out. So a nice hand for the long-haired stallion in the 7 seat. That black flowing hair. He does use mane and tail. We confirmed. We see his number skyrocket up $1,200 now after that hand. Dan, big winner still, up just under 2K. AK down that initial buy-in, basically. New Paul down just under 500, and Caleb, unfortunate run so far tonight, down 2,200. But the night is not over. Plenty more poker to be played, and we are on hand number 60 now.
And I won't bet against them, but I'll bet. And that five of those sweet dollars are yours, Daniel. I got a little bit of extra money in the pot. Remember that.
Straddle 10.
Come down to a tough decision. You need a little weight one way or the other.
7 calls 10.
And is BP wearing a suede blazer right there? Or velvet? I mean, that's an incredible article of clothing I could never pull off.
Paul's got a draw.
6 folds. And 7 folds.
You done?
Yep. You're a winner.
Done. My $8?
Alright.
7 deuce.
Somebody might want it.
Alright, Dan.
Take
You
a
got
run
the
at
money.
it, you know? You never
That's the
know.
spot where you're
I
gonna
should have
have a
called.
position
What's that?
to
Said I should have called. I would have
You
been.
can bluff everybody here.
You'd have won?
except for
I would have
me.
been a flush. Oh, you'd have won.
See that king?
You probably would have won, yeah.
Not bluffable.
3-2? Deuces never loses?
Jack 9. Jack 9. It just felt like it was coming.
Yeah, I mean, next time. I mean, you should.
Next time I should.
I'll probably have 6-4 or something.
Yeah, something.
Straddle 10.
Red star nuts or what's that? That is 6
Something like that.
They say, right? The red star nuts.
1 raises to 40. 2 calls 40. 3 calls
got 3 pocket pairs in this hand.
With 3 players.
Garrett, the jacks, still in the lead against the 9s and 7s, and Caleb got out of the way with his 7s. French Paul making the call, turning the magic 9 here. Garrett
2 folds.
now behind the set of 9s of French Paul, and we did get his name changed. We love to see it. French Paul going to be asking for more chips to go in this pot from Garrett. 234 in the pot right now. Perhaps something like 225. Basically full pot. Just under that. Going for 180. Garrett making the laydown relatively quickly, just
He needs. Yep. He needs.
confident that jacks are not good
300 here.
on the ace high board when we bet and get called on the flop and see a bet on the turn.
From P8 as well. 300.
And he was correct. Jacks were not good. But our friend, French Paul, did not have an ace.
300.
That's it.
Jack's no
Seat
good.
2.
Is that mandatory?
Yeah, we
Two.
all,
Is it-
by
Yeah,
agreement.
seat 2 is
Can I see the
400.
contract?
Seat 8 is 300.
Can we rewind the tape?
Sorry, I thought I said 3.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, you scared me.
He double straddled.
Good spot for it.
Alright, we got a double straddle, 20, seat 9.
Tying himself to the pot. Don't be a hero.
Lateralus pocket 8s now.
20 straddle.
Dan with a yellow knit button in front of him,
2 folds.
as well as the white dealer button. Gets to play this pot in position. Professor waking up with ace queen offsuit out of the small blind, bumps it up. Wants to play for $115 now.
5 calls.
Going to come back to AK with Jack 4 of spades.
Seat 6 raises to 150. 115. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds.
Dan now getting a pretty good price after the other 2 calls, regardless of what cards he has. 6-3 suited might be the best hand at the end of this run out. 6 right in the window, 2 clubs right behind it. Hold on. It just might be the best hand. Professor, 2 overs, checks it to AK. AK with a jack
4 players.
rips it. Lateralus out of the way. Dan now a big decision to make. Makes the call. $910 going into the middle from both players. Professor just ace high. A gut shot to Broadway, but gonna get out of the way. Dan looking for a lot of help here. Can he do it? $2,300 pot. All you Dan fans in the chat, hang on. They're running it 2 times. 7, no help for Dan there. And the ace of hearts on the river, no help. Professor would have won that run out with his ace.
These animals.
8 of spades on the turn on the second run out, but it's a king of clubs on the river. So Dan going to chop that pot with AK. AK getting rid of his knit button,
Horse is strong.
And the net. Yes.
I believe there.
Alright, we dropped the pot, so net game's over.
Look at those
Hands.
animal. Nice
5
one.
loses the net.
Oh man, where's Garrett? I can't wait to tell him he owes me.
Unless perhaps that was the splash pot and I was not paying attention.
All in. 50
He's gonna miss
deal.
didn't lose the Nick game.
Top 50.
140 and 20 again.
All right.
We're gonna miss the splash pot.
Oh, hell
Should we give him a courtesy minute?
Yes, of course. We'll wait another
Because one of the bathrooms
another
is
hand
down.
before.
Yeah. I mean, it took. I've had to go up there like 3 times to.
You can go ahead and
be
do
able
No
to use the
rush
bathroom.
for the.
That's why he's out
We're
there
gonna play a
talking.
regular hand.
Yeah.
No splash pot this hand.
Oh no,
Do I have this
don't wanna give
behind?
up my button in the splash pot. That's not right.
Do I play with this behind or
Well,
do I give
I
it
mean,
to
I
them?
thought we
and
were
wait?
gonna hold for a minute. Try to give him a chance.
Where are they
Do
at?
I give this right now
There he
if
is.
we're not doing
He's
it?
Yeah, I'm
Easy.
fine. I'm
Splash
fine
pot.
giving them a minute
Splash
to get
pot.
back.
Where's he at?
Don't worry about it.
Is he gonna miss the splash pot?
Yes, it was. So those last two
Yeah.
players were Dan and AK in that Nick game, and this is the splash pot.
Until it gets here.
140 in the middle for the splash pot.
140 plus 23.
Tanya taking a cool $20 for herself
All right, I'll deal him out, and then y'all wait.
out of the 160 that was paid. Garrett putting on the 20 straddle here, and our friend French Paul in the 3 seat.
Yes.
I was just proposing to give Paul like a minute, you know.
We'll,
He's French,
we'll
right?
pause.
Running back in for the splash pot.
A minute's reasonable.
Yes, so he can actually. So we're gonna wait. Or else I would just dealt a regular hand. But he didn't want to lose.
Puts 20 bucks in.
I,
Landing a lead for this.
10-8 of spades
You got a
for the
hand.
Frenchman.
Splash pot.
Splash pot.
okay, he's
How many
back.
blue on the pan?
Don't win.
It's a double straddle and C2 folding.
Dan bumping it up with pocket sixes.
From C5. 160 actually, but 140 is in the 5.
Yes.
20 to me. Okay, so C2
And
fold,
BP comes along with King 9 of clubs.
C4 fold. C5 raises to 100. C6 fold. C7
6 right in the window for Tuition Dan, the man. This hand might help him pay some of that tuition that he's so desperately trying to pay. French Paul with an 8.
No, 115.
Don't do it.
Dan going to be putting a bet in here. Something like 125, I would imagine. 180. A little more than I expected, however. French Paul may just be curious. French Paul going to need a lot of help here. Does have backdoor spades working in his favor.
180. C7 fold.
And it is a spade on the turn. 5 of spades comes.
Not doing the Nick game.
French Paul checks.
It's usually back to back. It
Now
was
Dan.
bonus for you.
Still the best hand.
All right, we gotta call C3.
It has become a little bit more vulnerable with 2 flush draws on board. A 5, 6, 8
And check.
queen board. Perhaps worried about a 3 seat connecting with a straight or a flush on this river. Our set of 6s still good. He's going to bet 420, I believe. He does. Back to the Frenchman. $420 for him to call. Just $1,300 remaining in his stack.
That was funny.
If we make this call, we hold on to $900. Should we miss? If we make this call and hit, can we get the rest of the money from Tuition Dan into the middle? That's what French Paul is running through his mind right now. Do we just rip it and try and get it all in and hit? We see 8 outs for French Paul. on top. 2 of those are accounted for already, the ace of spades and the 9 of spades. And it's the queen of hearts on the river. Dan boats up, just like the lieutenant in the movie Forrest Gump, and he's going to request all of Paul's money after he checks it over. French Paul does not have a queen. He does have 2 pair, though.
We gotta check. Gotta all in.
The front door diamonds miss. We're holding 2 spades. French Paul going to need some time to think about this one, perhaps trying to figure out if his 10-8 is going to qualify as a bluff catcher here against Tuition Dan. All of the Tuition Dan fans in the chat going absolutely crazy right now, rooting for a call. French Paul going to reassess this hand and makes the call with the 8. And Tuition Dan winning the biggest pot of the night, $3,400 going his way. That's a lot of tuition. A very nice hand for that gentleman there. Now we see Dan sitting on 4,500. Cumulative winnings not updated correctly in that hand yet. But Dan up over 3,000 on the night now. See the other winners, BP up, Professor up, and we have it updated now, cumulative winnings. There you see them. Dan, $3,600 up. Garrett winning, but very small, up 261. Paul, AK, French Paul, Caleb all in the red. And Professor, who had been so quiet for first couple hours of the stream, up 1,100 alongside the man to his left, BP, in that suede blazer he's got. Professor, like I mentioned before last week, quite the roller coaster for that man. And did find a way to somehow make a comeback by the grace of the poker gods. And we have a bomb pot now. $10 from every player, 4 cards. We're going to see 2 boards. Garrett, pocket aces. King Jack 9 flop on the bottom board. Lateralus with the Queen 10 flopping the nuts, and a Queen 10 8 board on the top. So Lateralus top 2 pair there. A stranglehold in this bomb pot. Watch out. Professor with the King 9 8 7. Can be a very dangerous hand in bomb pots.
If everyone can just rescan their cards, it's great.
I check.
Hold them up to the camera.
I check.
Lateralis putting out a bet. Opts to go for just $50 into the $90 out in the pot, which I don't mind. We're probably going to get an extra caller or 2 when we make it that size, and he has such a strong hand. That extra money is very nice to accumulate. However, that bet just gets it done. Nobody else interested. I think Professor probably with the only hand that had some real connection aside from just,
Rolled all the way
you
around.
know, the
Nice hand.
one pair type holdings, but
Alright.
160 plus
opted to
20.
lay it down from his position, which cannot
Correct.
blame him for.
You can cash out.
Yeah, B Rebel.
That's on 7.
Professor did do that last week, but he was down last week. Tonight he is not down. He's up a cool $1,100 as it stands,
Game start.
but would love to see him come alive like he did on last week's stream and get a little bit out of line, play a little bit crazy, and win some big pots to close out the night tonight. And we are starting a brand new Nick game.
50 plus 10.
I'm betting on you in the Nick game.
Plus 10.
If you're down,
I'll
do it.
bottom two again.
I'll do it.
Do it. Do it.
No, I like
Can't
what
win.
you
There's
think.
no way he can win again.
Seat 3 fold. Seat 4 fold. Seat 5 fold. Seat 6 calls 50.
Caleb pocket fives on 8-7-3. Professor 2 overs, the Jack 10 suited. 2 clubs, no clubs on the board. Caleb putting out a small C bet, and Professor still interested with his gut shot and 2 overs. Any 9, 10, or Jack gonna give him the lead. Doesn't come on the turn. 2 of hearts. Caleb's still with the best hand with pocket fives. And a pretty good board for pocket fives, relatively.
We got a call.
Betting just $40, very small bet, wants to keep Professor interested with a holding such as Jack 10. And that will work. We're going to go to a river. Professor looking still for a Jack 10 or a 9.
That is 40 from seat 2.
King of Spades on the river, a scare card that will perhaps slow Caleb down. Professor, more kings in his calling range perhaps here, but just going to check it down. Caleb, a welcome sight for that young man getting rid of his knit button the very first hand of this knit game. And I will be right back. Take a short break. Here's the VPIP numbers. You guys stick around.
7 deuce entered my mind there.
Yeah, I did too. I thought you had 7 deuce.
I was getting called about that. Pretty sure. You didn't check the
So
fold.
desperate to get out of the Nick game just this time.
Didn't check the fold. You're giving me a great price on the hand I had.
Yeah. That's what he wanted you to do. And also no.
I'll take a great price.
Who doesn't like it?
I know. I usually drink room temp water, so it's already different for me. But it's good. Alright, we got a straddle 10.
JP too.
25,
JP.
4.
You really don't go. What? You really don't go.
Thank
That's
you.
big.
No, I don't. Not on a regular basis. No.
Come on, man.
On a regular basis.
Like every French gamer I meet online, they go. Russians do it too. Suka.
We gotta raise 325.
JP.
And we gotta call 325.
How long you been in Texas for?
Call.
Gonna all in.
Can't be
And a
serious.
call.
Dude's got actual opinions over there.
One time.
Okay.
Very good thing.
One time.
I mean, I know you know that. Probably will.
Nice.
I walk out of the booth for 1 minute. Professor winning a huge pot through Lateralus.
Can't hold that.
That was black. You had 6-9. What about this, Rich?
Thank you.
I got one.
And this. How much? 400?
400.
Alright, 400 people. Buttons and seat arms.
We've been streaming tonight since just after 7 p.m. Central,
I actually don't know. Don't laugh at me, Paul.
our normal time.
I'm laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm laughing with
Okay.
you. Yeah, with me. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you took the
great.
bottle.
I just forgot my hat.
Every Wednesday, each and every Wednesday here at Red Star Social.
I thought I moved it twice.
So make sure you mark it on your calendars. You set a reminder to be back each and every Wednesday night.
Wait, how long have you been in Texas for?
We will have
2 months? 2 months? Jesus, Paul. How do you like it?
85 raised.
a few missed streams with the holidays coming up. We are going to be taking next week off,
Oh, no. Heck yeah, man. We gotta get you a gun. Yeah,
Yeah.
so you will not see us next week, but we'll be back strong
7 full.
the first week in December,
8
and we will stream
No.
those first 3 weeks.
Why would I need one?
And then we will also take a break, a 2-week-long break
Everybody needs one in America.
at Christmas and New Year's. So
You got what?
A great French bakery.
Oh, really?
There's one,
still, after tonight, 3 more streams to close out
What's it called?
2025.
except for the name of it, but it's an amazing
It's
bakery.
not Texas French.
And an interesting hand developing.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw
but,
that.
yeah, but,
All right.
Professor Open, we see a call from AK Garrett, small blind,
over there,
with Ace 10-0, putting in the squeeze to $250.
Yeah. I know.
That is going to get it done.
amazing French pastries.
Professor gave that one some thought.
Barbecue yet?
Perhaps a
All right, the size is gonna get it done for me.
candidate he was considering putting a 4-bet in with, given the nature of the Nick game, recognizing Garrett still had his button in front of him. Professor elects not to, and lets the King 10 of clubs go.
Well, most recently before the fire, it
You like
had been
salt?
like
Would have been a very uncomfortable call, I think, had he done that. So, probably making
It's okay. So
Yeah,
then his
it's
brother
okay.
the best decision in the long run.
I'm glad they were building it there. They just started building it like,
Yeah,
like
I
3 weeks
just
ago.
noticed. I just noticed.
Alright, we got
I
a
could have breezed
throttle
a lot.
20.
That's my favorite. Paul did not like Counter Cafe is pretty good.
I did not like what.
Cherry black. Yeah, that's what he just said.
What's that?
I like Counter Cafe.
Yeah, I just did.
That's
You can get healthy
okay.
stuff.
Professor now, though, look at his chip stack. He has built quite a tower. Some real engineering going on in the 6th seat there.
The go-to like post drinking milk.
Yeah, yeah.
3 pillars high.
Seat 6 cold.
Yeah, yeah.
Steak
And tuition,
Right, yeah.
Dan puts on the $20 straddle. Wakes up with queens here.
I like prices.
3 cold.
Going to put in a 3-bet over AK's raise. AK holding ace 10 of clubs.
Vegas, California, Mexico. I didn't even think of that. Yeah,
Now $300 to him, just about $1,000 remaining in his stack. So this call a third of his remaining chips, basically. Should he make it? Does decide to let it go. Dan taking down another one.
Isn't that three nines, huh? I'm really glad you didn't call when I did 10.
And he has a pile of chips in front of him now. As does Professor. So some pretty deep stacks in this 1-3 hold'em game. And it's just a $1,000 cap, folks. The most you can buy in for is $1,000 at a time. We see Professor in the graphics sitting on over 3,000, 3,400. Dan sitting on over 4,000, 4,500, I think, in front of him. So some pretty deep stacks here. Lateralus ripping it with 7 deuce offsuit. Perhaps just crazy enough to work against 6-4 of clubs and ace-3 of diamonds. Ace-3 of diamonds making the fold. Lateralus proudly getting rid of his knit button and picking up an extra $10 bounty from every player for winning with the 7 deuce. We have seen that multiple times tonight. That is at least the 4th or 5th time that we've seen the 7 deuce win. These guys not scared to play some bad cards.
Congrats, man.
Did you put the 10 in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's 7 deuce?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Lots of heart, lots of heart.
You didn't even have a knit button.
I did.
Yeah, buddy.
You did?
Yeah.
Wow.
You never think yes.
Yeah, I need to get rid of my tip.
You didn't even know.
I'm
You
not
needed
a
$3. You did.
mini
Although you never did that. did you?
I'm gonna put out 20.
You did say like that's
AK with the pocket sixes getting in there after Paul makes the call with 5-3 suited.
Yes, correct.
We see French Paul
Thank you very much. We got a seat
coming
fold.
in on the action with
Seat
ace-5
9
offsuit on the button.
1 fold.
Professor with ace-8 of hearts.
3 fold.
Just electing to make the call. $104 in the middle, and it's an ace-high flop, but it's Paul flopping a flush, standing up out of his seat and
Go ahead.
And 7
squinting at the board.
5 players to the 4.
Not sure if players pick up on that at the table as strength or a weakness, but unfortunately for Paul,
200.
no one really with
9 fold.
the type of hand that they can call with. So Paul very happy to take that one down with just a 5-high flush. No reason to get cute there and let
6 fold.
other players catch up some way or another with perhaps a holding with a higher spade in them.
Nicely done. Redraw.
But
Redraw.
the couple of players with aces in their hands in that spot
Got rid of my nip chip.
Straight flush like the first hand of the
really
stream.
forced to just go away when Paul bets 200, a 2x pot overbet there. But can't really blame Paul.
He was German.
Gets rid of his nit button in the process, so another reason that he elected to go that size.
I try not to be one. I didn't.
AK making the call with pocket tens.
I didn't.
Garrett getting in there. French Paul getting in there. Lateralus this time electing not to rip all in with the 7 deuce. Perhaps picking up on something at the table that us viewers do not pick up on. Having a tell of some sort. And I would suspect from what I've seen, it would have been either BP or somebody behind that was looking for chips, trying to find a raise size that Lateralis caught onto, or AK's $10 limp looking a little bit suspicious and some kind of tell that Lateralus picked up on. So did not go for it. BP putting in chips in this pot way behind the pocket tens of AK, but it's an ace queen 8-4 board. Another overcard coming to the pocket tens. BP may be able to steal this pot should he bet, but just going to check and get a quick check behind. Definitely would have worked had BP put in another bet, I think. But AK very happy to take down that pot.
I check back.
I checked back flop to trap you.
No, you check. I check back. I was in
checked,
position.
and then I am the one who is free flop aggressor.
Yeah, but then you do 60.
I checked.
Like one.
It was so you can raise me as a bluff sometimes.
But I don't want to because I'm
You actually had showdown, and so I
We
realized
see
that on the river, and so I
BP with his nit button over there in the 7 seat. French Paul, I believe, the last remaining player in this nit game versus him.
No,
Some VPIP numbers there. I believe Garrett was at the top, went so quick. And Garrett, speaking of, waking up with aces and limping in for $10, 2 remaining players in the nit game, hoping perhaps to see a raise or 2 behind him. So far, no one is complying with his ask, but that's about to change real quick. Professor Pocket Queens, Lateralis limped in with his 9s. Garrett with pocket aces. The best hand ever created. Bumping it up, $210 now. Lateralis slow played his 9s, just making the call, and only has $460 behind. Does he want to just get it in and gamble now? He elects to make the fold. Professor not going to be following suit. Does Professor want to raise? Does he want to call? He wants to go all in. And he's going to see the bad news that Garrett limp raised him with pocket aces.
no, I was like, yeah, you can pretty take.
I thought you were in the hand and you were
Garrett's
I was like,
maniacal plan working out to absolute perfection. Professor looking for a queen, a 2-outer. 8-5-6, 2 hearts, no help so far for Professor, and an ace on the turn seals the deal for Garrett there. King of Hearts, river. Don't recall if Lateralus had the 9 of hearts in his hand or not. But my, how things change so quickly. Dan's still up 3,700. Now Garrett, the next biggest winner behind him, up 1,600 on the night. Professor still up 1,200 on the night. But giving Garrett a huge pot right there. BP, the only other winner. Paul Lateralus, I should say. I've been trying to correct myself tonight. AK, French Paul, and Caleb all in the red, but plenty of action left to be had. Caleb down 2,200. I would love for him to go on an absolute heater, play some crazy pots tonight, and get back to even, make it entertaining for the viewers here with us tonight.
Never do that with aces again.
I thought you had juicy.
It entered my mind when you landed back as if we dead here, but I feel queens and you have 1,000, and it was like, yeah.
I told myself if you have a real hand too, then you just always gonna get it on. Occasionally I can trap one. Really what I was doing is trying to trap one minutes, obviously. Mostly Paul.
Hey, Daniel, can I get some blue?
Paul being the easiest.
Many
one.
thanks.
Danny, where you live?
I'm on the
Like exactly.
northwest campus, just past Cabo Bog.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Paul's
like
that-
right next to John.
I do like Cobb. I like Cobb.
Yeah. What about you?
I'm at Avenue B. Or no, Avenue G. High Park.
Okay.
That was his best on
45th Street.
Lateralus putting in a 3-bet with the red pocket jacks. Garrett, suited king, queen.
Oh, sorry.
Very good hand. Does well
I thought I said something else.
post flop. And Garrett just going to rip it here. Lateralus wasting no time. Getting it in, $934 in the middle. King, queen of spades against red jacks.
They're getting ready to reopen it. They got rid of their seating. But they're getting ready to reopen it.
someone on the bluff.
Ace, 10, 5 flop. Jack on the turn. Garrett gets Broadway. Lateralus with a set. And it pairs on the river, a 10 on the river, giving Lateralus the nuts, essentially. Looks like they're running it twice. Board number 2. 7, 6, 6. 6 on the turn. The river is another jack. Lateralus, 2 full houses. Feels like an episode of Sister Wives.
6, 6, 7. That's
But a much needed double up for Lateralus. The man who was up quite a bit not long ago. Now only down about $250 after that hand. And Garrett, who on the first board hit the gin 2-outer on the turn, not rewarded by the deck on the river.
Daniel does it. He's too dumb to do it.
It's really
That was nice, Daniel. We can go once too. I don't really care. And obviously, him like that.
She brings her mother over from Paris,
If
you
you
know,
leave it
and
up to
they.
me, I'm gonna default to once, but I'm willing to go twice.
It was kind of cool to see me lose twice.
Wait.
Still 21 of you
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
in the chat watching us tonight.
Prefer to go once, but
Thank
I'd
you
look
guys
twice
for
as well.
sticking around with us. We've got Professor now with the 7 deuce. 7 deuce game is on. $10 bounty from each player should you win with the 7 deuce.
Seat 5 raises to 50.
One time.
You know, time.
Seven
I'm with you,
call.
Spencer.
Eight
Just
call.
decide your one time for life.
No, I can't.
You ever flip for
Nine
life?
Then I can't play.
King 8-6 flop.
call.
Nobody with a king. BP with the only pair. Professor, perhaps an avenue to take this one down, but no, it's going to be Tuition Dan
Yep.
putting in $140 with Queen Jack.
Check. Five bets 140.
Does the river even count? Why does the river count?
Six fold.
On the turn I made a boat. Or on the turn I made a straight. Now let the river count.
Fucking river, man.
In a way, I just got a refund on some of the money I gave to the professor. You
Well, was
took
it a
from me?
refund when you're flipping for?
Oh, that's true.
I
Wasn't
was
it?
And Dan gonna take that one down with that bet. Seems like everything tonight has been going that kid's way. The man, the myth, the legend, Tuition Dan in the 5 seat.
Stop, man. Just like a hand history.
Absolutely loving poker tonight.
Would you ever flip someone for life? So.
Life and death.
No, not like
The game can be so cruel sometimes. As I mentioned, Dan
The movie, you know?
came into the game late
Oh, yeah.
last week or the week prior and
You do a racehorse.
did not fare as well as he is tonight.
The loser has to pay the winner.
And we see him with pocket eights here.
Every time they see him for every 24-hour period. So every time you see that person, they pay you $20. Now, it's only once per day, but $20 for life.
I mean, would I do it?
For life.
35.
Let's do it. Like a hassle, but
Caleb going to get involved with King Queen offsuit, so
Imagine if you get
these two guys
life.
splitting their equity down the middle here, 50-50 just about. What they call a flip.
Until one of them dies.
Caleb now picking up some outs on the 10 of clubs turn. Going to be looking for a jack, a queen, or a king
Two calls 35.
going to this river. Dan, though, a non-believer,
600 per mole.
but Caleb, it is not his night, and it is Dan's. Not betting enough for Dan, who has a mountain of chips to fold here. Dan going to make the call and take this one down, unless he thinks that Caleb has a better hand in which Dan is considering a raise now. But imagine we just see a call of $50. And there it is. Dan, non-believer, but still did not think he had the best hand, was holding his chips in folding formation, getting ready to muck 'em, but then saw, wait,
Got a call for 50.
I'm ahead.
King high, got 8.
Oh, thanks. I made it myself.
A non-believer.
A non-believer has been found.
May have to have a talk with Caleb after this stream tonight. Perhaps the yellow beanie
Got a 73.
is unlucky. We'll have to find out
Two nibbin.
later on. Has he played in that beanie and won? Because
I've been trying.
he has not been winning much tonight.
Not me, the professor does that, honestly.
You said you didn't want to.
He wants to bet you.
our horse is already finished. He's already out.
Those of you in chat
Right next to you, he's a cool guy.
listening right now, let me know if you have
Not cool enough.
any superstitions or
You would bet.
lucky clothing that you wear to the poker table. Maybe it's a highlighter yellow beanie or a suede blazer, whatever it may be.
Oh, they didn't see those hands earlier?
Seat 5 fold.
I had it every single time, maybe.
Seat
Except
6
that one time, or that other time, but like most of the
10-7-3 flop, 2 diamonds. Professor absolutely drills this one.
9 fold.
No, it's not fair to the other people.
2 fold.
Fair to me.
And 3 calls 30.
Maybe if you had let me win,
Players.
one of those right now.
We have Paul still in this hand as well in the 8 seat. So graphics a little behind right here. Going to be
25.
catching this one up.
There's a raise to 125.
Give us just a second.
Wow.
See 8 fold.
But Paul has raised it to 125 and has turned over, I believe, a 7 of spades. Can't quite tell, but it looks like it's a 7 of spades. Professor, though, not scared. Putting in a 3-bet on this flop to $350. He's absolutely drilled it with the flush draw on top pair.
That's a raise. Seat 7 raises to 350. Seat 8 bet.
And Paul does decide to fold. Professor taking that one down. Just
I mean, seat 6. Sorry, they know this. They know this. Thank you.
absolutely drilled that flop, so
I just don't want to be on the hook.
no surprise to see him go for it.
Seat 6 raised to 350. And then now seat 8 fold.
You get 7-2?
Yep. Yep.
7-2? Oh. There it is. Damn it.
Thank you. Yeah.
We have been live on air
Okay.
from Red Star Social tonight for
2.
going on 4 hours right now, basically. That is a lot of poker
Okay.
for your viewing pleasure.
Paul, do you want to do
Yes.
some Paul on Paul violence and bet against him on the
Seat
mid game?
4.
Paul on Paul.
And a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to make that happen.
Bet with him and he bets on
Professor
on the other Paul.
with pocket queens again,
How much?
They did both.
bumping it up to $30. Still a couple of knit buttons out there, with BP having one in front of him.
Yeah, you got to bet against him. That's the whole point
I
of
bet
the
against him. I got him.
30.
Yeah, yeah, you got
Yeah, yeah. Jackson man.
And French Paul, the other remaining yellow knit button. French Paul, though,
Paul violence.
ace 5 of diamonds,
I got something too.
new pocket aces,
$1 billion.
30.
rips it all in for the Frenchman.
No, either one's fine.
either one.
Professor
Yeah.
makes the call.
At this point, that's
Well, Professor actually rips all in as well, but that is not important because French Paul has
4 fold.
regular Paul covered as it stands. French Paul 812 in his stack. Our other friend Paul, just 790, gets out of the way, makes the fold. Professor in a great spot to stack the Frenchman. They're running it one time.
And seat 8 fold.
Are we doing that one? Yes.
Yes.
Ace, King, 3. French Paul hits his ace. Professor needs a queen, does not come on the river. So, French Paul not going to have to reach for chips. Professor, who was just almost at the top of the leaderboard, essentially just behind Dan, sitting on 3,500 in a stack, now only up $350 after the last few hands during this knit game. What a sequence of events that this has been, and how the tables have turned. French Paul down just $600 now.
All right. 5, 6.
After that huge win, hitting his ace. Dan still the big winner, up $4K on the session, sitting on $5,000 right now.
well on the upside. You win $50.
Well, I want to give him
Professor,
I just need $1. There we go.
quite unlucky.
I guess I could actually.
To lose that one.
Tried.
To the 2-outer of French Paul, as we saw.
What was it? 180.
The other Paul on the other side of the table also fold an ace, if you remember the ace deuce.
Okay.
There's you.
Thank you very much.
Oh no, thank you
We couldn't. Thank you.
for all my 10 sixes and 7 threes.
Well,
Some
one
of
of those
us
7
go in
threes
with
made a
7
boat.
deuce.
Jack 4s. One of those made a boat.
I tried a 7 deuce earlier and I couldn't walk the dog.
Did you get your free flop?
No,
That's what you gotta do.
I would have had to push it all in.
Seat 7, by the way. Okay.
Let me lose commercial.
Alright, 10 straddle, seat 5.
And
What
Saying that
this
300
is
goes for
the
about another 15
splash
cents,
pot,
but y'all can keep
I
buying
believe,
what you want.
because
Just the
French
spin,
Paul and
not the game. So,
what
whatever
happened
y'all
on
wanna
the
do.
last
BP were the only two remaining players
No, we're just
in that
what
Nick
happened
game.
on
So
the
we do see the extra money in there from BP, who had to pay that NIT tax this
Oh,
time.
Yeah. He put in and then won it.
yeah.
Looks
yeah.
like $160
Hold,
went to the middle,
Yeah, I
and
remember you won it. I
$20
remember that hand.
I'm rooting for you, Paul.
hold. Seat 1 hold. That's
Tanya's
all
way.
hold. Seat 2 hold.
But Paul not wasting any time when it gets to him here. Ace 10 offsuit, and he is all in for almost $600. Lateralus just jack 7 offsuit, and Dan, the only remaining line of defense for the table,
578.
cannot do it.
579.
So Paul taking down
Seat 3
the
full.
dead money that's out there. A good pickup for that man in the 8 seat.
Exactly. Come on. Hold.
Oh! I
Winner.
remember that.
Alright.
Damn, nice move.
Nice.
27 of you guys still in the chat. If you have not yet, please like the stream today. Go subscribe to our channel so you can remain updated on all of our upcoming streams. We're almost at a huge milestone. We are just under 500 subscribers and trying to get there as quickly as possible. Potentially tonight, you could be the 500th subscriber. And here it is. The moment French Paul has been waiting eagerly for. The 7 deuce in position. Gets to put in a 3-bet. And he's up against a couple of very average hands in 6-4 of clubs and Jack 8 of hearts from Garrett and Caleb. So the 3-bet from French Paul just going to work. There it is. The moment that he has been waiting for. Gets the bounty from every player at the table, an extra $10 a piece, so $80 on top of the money out there. Got Tom in the chat saying he's supporting the Frenchie. Love to see it. I just want to go ahead and I want to make his nickname officially French Fry. I think we can make that one stick. I like it. But Paul, a very nice kid, young man that I met recently here in Austin, and quite the poker player from what I've seen tonight. Very astute. Definitely knows what he's doing. Couple of pocket pairs here. Garrett with the 6s, Caleb with the 4s. My buddy French Fry here. King Jack offsuit. They're going to go 4 ways to a flop. BP making the call from the straddle with 10-7 of clubs. But it's going to be an all-spade flop. The wrong color black for BP. 9-5 deuce. All spades. No one loving this. Garrett betting with the best hand. No spades for Frenchie. BP out of the way. So there we go. And we are winding down for the night. The players have just finished on the stream out there. However, we are on a delay. I watch on the delay with you viewers for security purposes. If you are a fan of any of the poker streams that happen all over the world, it is very standard the stream be on a delay to prevent cheating, prevent players from getting updates on cards from the back in any way. And that type of thing. We see a 10-9-6 flop on the bottom board. 2 diamonds, queen, 6 deuce, 2 spades on the top. Professor with a very attractive PLO hand regularly with the ace, king, jack, jack suited to the ace with those hearts. However, in this bomb pot, particularly, it's not doing very well at all. Lateralus with top set of queens on the top board. Gonna bet $50 again like he did the last bomb pot with a monster. He has a 10 on the bottom board as well. So perhaps ways for him to get there with a 10. But queens playing for him currently. BP getting in there with the king, jack, 3 deuce, has king high spades. And it's going to be those two gentlemen battling it out now. 190 in the middle. 8 of clubs on the turn for the bottom board. And the 6 of hearts on the turn on the top board. Lateralus locking up the top board, which is the board that BP was really going for. BP would need a queen to hit his straight here, and Lateralus has 2 of them, and there's 1 on the top board. BP gets out of the way. Lateralus taking down that bomb pot and adding $130 to his stack. Shout out to Sergio in the chat. Dream Spill, the legend himself, saying this commentator is not funny and is a bad skateboarder. Well, my only rebuttal to that is sometimes there's comments that you should keep to yourself. Perhaps that's one of them. Lateralus with pocket 6s. I feel like we've seen pocket 6s tonight a ton. Seven, 5, 3 flop. So pretty good flop for pocket sixes here. But it's Garrett that's going to bet here with the 9-6 of diamonds. The double gutter here. Currently behind the pocket sixes. And Lateralus laying that one down. I'm a little bit surprised to see, but he does have some opponents behind him. Perhaps he was worried, but it was a good laydown. Garrett immediately getting there with his 6-9, turning the 8 of diamonds, the most beautiful card of all of the remaining cards that he could have possibly seen. And it was the ace of diamonds on the river that would have given him the flush. So Lateralus making that fold and getting rewarded. Caleb grabbing a rack, calling it a night. GG's to you, Caleb. Appreciate you coming to play tonight. Unfortunate session for you in that it just didn't quite go your way. A tough one for that gentleman. But Caleb, a good poker player, will recover from that one just fine. Very good poker player here in the Austin area, which we do have a lot of great players here. Lateralus bumping this one up. King 10 of spades. AK with the 9-8 of spades. So look out, spades. And here they are. An ace on the flop as well. So all players connecting with this one. Lateralus gut shot to Broadway as well, should a jack come. Paul leading out. And AK ships it. What does Lateralus do? And he just makes the call too. Paul now, $210 in the pot already, only has $438 behind, and there's a ton of money out here. And he has the best hand with ace deuce. If he puts in the money, he's getting it in with the best hand right now. Does have the deuce of spades as well. Both players just looking for spades, and AK drawing so thin. AK cannot get there with spades due to Lateralus having the higher spade draw. AK will need running cards here. Running nines, running eights, or a combination of the two. But Paul deciding, I mean, this pot has ballooned. Paul with the top pair, but the worst kicker lays it down, gets out of the way. And now Lateralus a stranglehold on this pot. AK needing some help. AK can now pick up a singular 9 or an 8 due to Paul folding. So, really a great spot for Lateralus in the 4 seat. And a huge pot at the end of our stream tonight, $2,400 pot. 9 of clubs on the turn. AK out in front now. In the 6 of clubs river, AK taking down that pot, huge pot, at the end of the night. And my goodness, I believe that's the last hand of the stream for tonight. Looks like players going and grabbing their phones. There we see it, cumulative winnings. Dan winning $4,000 tonight, the big winner. Garrett up $1,200, BP AK, and Professor making a few hundred, so not wasted time for those gentlemen. But wait, there's more. It wasn't the last hand, but I believe that was probably the second to last hand, and this one will be the last hand, I imagine. And what a stream it has been tonight. Appreciate each and every one of you for hanging out, sticking around, talking to me in the chat, supporting your friends and family. I have enjoyed it. We stream every Wednesday night here, 7 o'clock Central, basically, every Wednesday from Red Star Social down in Austin, Texas. We are away next week for the holiday and then taking a break at the end of December as well. But we'll be back the first week of December with some more streams for you. And that is it for me here. See the players getting some racks and getting out of here. It is late, past 11:30 now, and there's the final numbers on the night. Caleb losing the most, down 2,400. Lateralus right behind him, down 13. Both of the Pauls losing less than 1,000. And Professor, AK, and BP up a few hundred each. Garrett up 1,200. Dan, the big winner, $4,000. So what a day for that gentleman there. I've been your head commentator, Cameron Mixon. Appreciate you guys tuning in tonight, and we'll see you back again soon. Good night.